Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, voice of Daniel from Accounts from a Lonely Broadcast Station. And before I get started on tonight's compilation, I just wanted to let you know, Accounts from a Lonely Broadcast Station is available now on Amazon, written by Kel Byron. Book 1 is the first in a long book series and expands greatly upon the audio that you're about to hear now. If you want to get your hands on the new book in paperback or on Kindle, you can using a link in the description down below, or you can actually check your local Barnes & Noble. And now, on to tonight's story.
I only just started working this new job, and already it warrants keeping some kind of online journal. The internet up here isn't so great, but now and again, when I stand in just the right spot, I'm able to get a signal. It probably sounds ridiculous that I'd have so much trouble, considering that I work at a broadcast station where you would imagine it's downright necessary to have contact with the outside world. Well, in these last 3 weeks I've been here, I feel more out of contact than ever. Let me be frank with you all. It's pretty lonely and boring up here sometimes, and other times it's absolutely fucking bonkers. But during those days when it's dull and painfully slow, I think I need some kind of outlet to talk and tell my stories. That's why I've chosen this outlet, so that I can tell you all what it's like up here. Right now, I'm sitting next to the wall by the bathroom. The only spot I can get a tiny bit of Wi-Fi today. My butt is cold, my back is sore, but it's better than not having any internet connection at all. My name is Evelyn. It's an old lady name, I know. I'm 24, and I have a degree in journalism, but the best I could do with it right now was apply for a radio DJ position. 3 weeks ago, I started working at a broadcast station that sits 50 feet above the ground. It's on a hill between an old rural town and a long, sparsely inhabited woodland. It's a surreal, lonely, and sometimes maddening place to be. If you live here, which I'm almost sure none of you do, I'm probably the only station you can listen to. The town is nestled between green-covered mountains, but the signal reaches far enough for travelers to hear sometimes. If you pass through a very long stretch of road next to the woods, maybe taking a piss by the trees after passing the rest stop that's been without plumbing for 10 years, maybe you've heard my voice or listened to a couple of songs. There's nothing else for miles, and somehow our town doesn't even pick up the tiniest signal from anywhere else. We play a bit of every genre of music to keep everyone in the town happy. By we, I mean myself and the owners of the place who put me here. I'm the only radio DJ working right now. I know a few of you are probably thinking how this place stays running with only one DJ, and I'll tell you, I live here. Since I got the job, I also received a back room inside the station with a mattress, a fridge, and the basics you would expect from a one-room apartment. At midnight, the radio plays an automatic playlist for 6 hours so that I can sleep, though I've been known to wake up several times in the night just to check how the broadcast is going. Living on site was a part of the deal that many others would probably reject, but it works for me. I lost my home recently, but that's another story for another post. What I'm trying to illustrate is that I've been working alone without more than a few 5-minute conversations this entire time. And because I'm the only DJ, obviously there aren't many things involved aside from playing music, sharing the weather forecasts, warning the locals about emergencies, and talking about a bit of local news. Calls happen so infrequently that sometimes I easily forget that anyone is even listening at all. But all that aside, I did say that things are a little maddening around here, didn't I? I imagine what some would think. It's a pretty remote place, only one corner store and one tiny diner for 50 miles, woods all around us, and it would be expected if I said we had some backwoods mischief makers roaming around. That's not it, though. Last week, the same song played on the radio for over an hour. I don't mean it repeated over and over and I couldn't turn it off, like some technical difficulty. It simply never ended. I even remember the song. It was Unchained Melody, and I knew as I listened that it had never been 75 minutes long. There were no calls of complaints, and after almost 80 minutes of listening to the song seamlessly repeat its chorus as if it had been composed that way, I was finally able to simply switch to the next piece on the list. Not before getting a call, though. It was the first call I had gotten in this station. On the other end of the phone was the voice of an old man, frail and hoarse. He simply croaked, "Thank you." His words were agonizingly slow, painful, dry. It almost sounded like he had a mouth full of dust, and I could swear I could smell the mustiness from over the phone. He hung up before I had a chance to say anything to him, but I'm almost glad. I'm not sure he had the energy for another word. Another time, just this last Wednesday, 5 birds killed themselves on the window. That is to say, they smacked against it so hard, they just dropped. I know for a fact that this tower isn't invisible. It's an eyesore against the view of the trees, really. But on that same day, just minutes apart from one another, 5 different birds hit the glass of my broadcasting room head first, hard enough to, well, die. All in the same general spot, too. I'm surprised they didn't leave a crack. They did, however, leave a bit of a mess that bothered me for the rest of the day until I finally climbed onto the fire escape with a rag like some kind of old-timey window washer. We also have interesting rules. There's a board near my desk with a list of guidelines I've been told I have to follow. Rule number 1. Never let the radio go silent for more than a few minutes. If the broadcast is down due to technical error, activate the bell. Note that I still don't know what the bell is, other than the fact that there's a button on the wall labeled as such. It remains a tempting mystery. Rule 2. Take care of the equipment, don't let anything break. Rule 3. Any suspicious calls must be recorded. Never tape over a recording. And Rule 4. When the fog rolls in, do not leave the building. Do not open the door. Sound the emergency broadcast. It struck me as very odd that my employer would have such a strict rule about the fog. I mean, after all, this is the main reason why they insisted on hiring someone who could stay at the station 24/7, at least until they get me a coworker. It seemed out of left field, so specific and yet unrelated to any of my duties. I was surprised the fog was enough of an issue to warrant an emergency alarm, really? But only a couple of days into my job, I saw it for myself. On my second day of work, I was put to the test of getting the emergency broadcast out as soon as I could. You see, the entire room I work in has windows all around so that I can see outside in the woods. I assumed at first that this was just for the natural light, but now I'm thinking it's more of a watch. A fire watch, a fog watch, whatever kind of watch. I figure if I'm positioned so high in the trees, it must be for a good reason. I'd been switching between songs, getting ready to introduce an old classic by Fleetwood Mac, when my eyes caught a rolling cloud of white on the horizon. I let the song start, turning off my microphone and rushing to the window, expecting an avalanche coming this way. It seems absurd, I know, but that's exactly what it looked like from a distance. It looked like an avalanche. Rolling white and gray, moving like ocean waves as it spilled over its own form and moved closer and closer. Fog didn't walk, did it? The fog's movements were so perfectly executed that it reminded me of steps. It undulated as if its motions were being controlled by weight. I almost expected it to make a sound, but that's a stupid thought to have. I didn't watch for too long, slightly startled by the thickness of the fog on its way towards the town. I did just as I was instructed to do and returned to my station, killing the music immediately and taking up the microphone. This is an emergency broadcast for Pines Haven. I was speaking straight from a script, using my most stern, clear-spoken voice. This is a heavy fog warning. I repeat, this is a heavy fog warning for Pines Haven. Return to your homes immediately and wait for further instructions. Please lock all doors and windows. I furrowed my brows at my own words. This was extreme for fog, I thought, but it wasn't going to creep into anyone's house and commit a breaking and entering, was it? I chalked it all up to paranoia. Perhaps it was an unnecessary precaution we were obligated to make for some legality reason, but it still sent a chill up my spine. I turned my microphone off, leaving the music off as well. As much as I loved a bit of Stevie Nicks, it was too interested watching the fog to pay attention to the silence. My eyes were fixed downward. This insanely thick bank of misty-ass fog had almost gotten all the way to the station and was curling around the bottom of my tower. It didn't quite reach where I was way up in the air, however, wisps of clouds still drifted in front of the huge, stretching window that showed me the entirety of the forest. I could see just how far this fog went. It must have gone pretty damn far because it was just about the only thing I could see aside from the tops of a few of the tallest pine trees. And those tall pine trees were moving. I thought it was an illusion at first, brought on by the churning waves of fog beneath, but I was wrong about that. The trees that I could see were shaking, moving from side to side briefly and one at a time. It was almost violent, as if they were being pushed. The most ridiculous thought popped into my head as I realized what it looked like. It looked like something was on its way towards me, crashing through the forest and hitting the trees as it went. The motions were serpentine. I watched one tree shake, then another to its right, then another to the tree's left. All the while, it came closer. I watched all of this with more curiosity than anything else. Judging by the speed, I was about ready to panic at any moment, when I suddenly heard something that startled me even more. It was an unfamiliar sound. The phone rang. I ran to the desk and picked up the phone quickly, all the while my eyes continued to stare out the window. Hell, Evelyn! It was my boss on the other end, and he sounded furious. I could almost hear the spit flying from his mouth with each word. Turn the radio back on now! Sir, there's a fog emergency. I didn't think... I know. Turn the radio back on. He hung up the phone before I had a chance to ask questions, but it's a good thing I didn't get that time. I glanced upwards, eyes fixed out the window to see the fog was growing higher and higher. The treetops had all completely disappeared, and the window was nearly covered completely. I swore, in that moment, I saw something in the murky gray mass slowly pulsing on the other side of the glass. A shape. It was dark, moving shape that was too concealed within the mist to give any semblance of detail. I didn't wait around to see what happened next. I followed my boss's orders, slammed my ass back into the chair, shoved my headset back over my ears, and turned up the music again. Within moments, the signal was live once more, and some Bit by the Eagles was playing through my speakers and every radio in town as well. I breathed a sigh of relief. What was I so relieved about? As far as I knew, nothing was on the line just because I had forgotten to turn the music back up, other than perhaps my job. There was still a sense of discomfort, however, as I turned my eyes back up to the window. The fog was still there, but it was creeping further and further back down into the woods. In moments, it had sank beneath the bottom of the window and out of sight. The pine trees came back into view, and then, before my very eyes, I watched the horizon appear as the bank of fog slowly dissipated and moved on through. Strangely, I got that same feeling that I was looking at something solid and organic again. Well, the fog stopped after that. I didn't have to make another emergency broadcast, and it's been about 2 weeks since. Now things are just a normal level of weird. I get a strange call now and then, usually someone from the town I don't recognize saying some gibberish message I can't understand, or now and then a song in my music lineup begins to play backwards. Once or twice I swear I've heard someone talking in the room, even with headphones on, but it's a muffled blur of noise. Yesterday, I saw a bird perch on the edge of the window staring at me, and I swear it was human-like, but unless there's some weirdo out there crossing bird DNA with human genetics, it's probably just me being overly paranoid. I think that happens when you've been alone for a really long time. I have a lot more to talk about, and I'm sure in the following days and weeks I'll have more stories and things to write down that might be of interest, but honestly, right now, my butt is starting to hurt something awful from sitting on this cold floor next to the bathroom. The 20-minute music block is almost over, and I'll have to go through the local news. Maybe, if you're driving through looking for a place to stop, you might hear me. Oh, and if you are, don't bother with the rest stop. The plumbing is still broken, and their coffee tastes like gasoline. Well, it probably is gasoline. This is Evelyn from 104.6 FM. Have a safe night, and be careful out there. Have you ever met a person who was just too much person? I'm talking about one single human who sucks the energy out of you as if they were an entire bustling big city crowd somehow condensed into one body. I think we've all met at least one person like this before, the type that makes you wonder how they fit such a big attitude inside themselves without popping like a cheap dollar store balloon. I met a guy like this. He's sitting in the room with me right now. I'm sure you're all here to read about the more unusual things happening up here at the radio station, and believe me, I have some downright creepy shit to tell you about. But first, I need to introduce you to my new coworker, who just started this morning. Today was his first day, might be his last day too. His name is Daniel. Daniel is a lot. He's loud, full of motion, and may genuinely think he's Bob Barker in the flesh. My boss dropped by during my second week here and noted that I looked weary. He knew why. I sleep 4 hours a night if I'm lucky and haven't gone outside in 3 weeks. Dan will be your part-timer, my boss said. Let him take a few responsibilities so that you can get a little fresh air. The folks in town will take a new voice. As hesitant as I was, I knew what he meant. I could use the extra help, and those at home could use a little conversation to add spice to their listening experience, but I knew right away that Dan and I mix like oil and water. I decided to let him try his hand at announcing, but the first time he turned on his mic and heard him belt out, "Good morning, and would you look at that sunshine?" I couldn't help but give him a stare of both disbelief and the fear that if he keeps bellowing like that, he'll give every old person in town a heart attack on the spot. He'd cut our population in half. But as much as his over-the-top radio personality irks me, I kind of feel bad for the guy. Not because he tries too hard or because he seems to have some deep-seated need for attention. That's all true, but it's not why I feel bad. I feel bad because, well, right now, he's sitting across the room from me in a fetal position, shivering with blood running out of both ears and one nostril, weeping. As far as first days go, Dan had a weird one. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he arrived. I think he was surprised to see that he wasn't getting some cute, spunky thing as his coworker, but rather my tired self with a messy braid and a hoodie filled with 2 warm granola bars that I had forgotten about, but would be delighted to find later on. At 9 o'clock, I let him give the weather forecast, and he did so with enthusiasm. Then at 10 o'clock, I had to explain to him that the bird on the window with human-looking eyes has been hanging around for days now and probably isn't up to anything. It's just ugly, I reassured him. At 11 o'clock, he told me that there was some creepy human sobbing coming from inside the bathroom sink. I was a bit shaken that he hears it too, but shrugged it off by telling him that it doesn't excuse him from washing his hands. Then at noon, exactly on the hour, we got a caller. This was a very, very unusual. Of all the things considered weird, the weirdest was the reminder that other people actually live here. I stared at the screen for the longest time trying to figure out whether or not to answer the call, but ultimately decided that it would be ridiculous not to. "Hello, caller, we've got you on the line." I spoke in a soft, mature radio voice. The line was quiet for a moment, but I could hear a bit of static and the slightest hint of a breath. Yes, Evelyn." It was a woman's voice, probably about 70 years old. She sounded as if she were shivering, which I assume was just jitters from being live on the air. "My name is Rose. had something I'd like to tell you." "Of course, Rose. What's on your mind today?" "Well, I've had a bout of strange dreams, dear, and I'm wondering if anyone else has had the same. You see, last night I had a dream in which the forest split in two, like the parting of the Red Sea, dear. I hope you know the story of Moses, don't you?" I spared a glance towards Dan, my lips curved upward in a tiny smile mixed with a grimace as if to say, "Oh boy, here we go." He returned it with a witty grin of his own, glad that I was the lucky one to answer. Sure I do, Rose. What happened next?" "Well, the ground was open and something was rising out of it. It blocked out the whole sky, you see. I can't even describe it, but it covered everything. The town and the sun, all that my eyes could see. The sound it made was a fearsome bellow that shook the whole earth, and then I woke up. You think that God lives in the forest, dear?" Dan apparently saw the expression on my face, unwilling to answer for fear of, offending or encouraging any other very zealous callers, and so he finally did something good for me and answered in my place. "That's an interesting dream, ma'am, but I think if God lived in the forest, he wouldn't give you a nightmare like that." He laughed, but his laugh was cut off by a snappy tone from the woman on the line. Well, he tried. "We're meant to be afraid of God, dear." Her voice sounded like a slither, like a hiss. For an old woman, she almost struck a bit of fear in me with that tone. "Besides, I wasn't talking to you." My grimace was gone, replaced by a furrowed brow of concern and a very, very obvious discomfort. I didn't like this conversation. It had gone from "oh boy" to "oh no" to "oh shit" very, very quickly. I had 3 weeks to get used to some of the weird mind tricks around this place, but this was different for me. This was real human conflict that I couldn't just blame on the stress of isolation. Rose's words and the way she said them bordered on malicious. That sweet, nervous, grandmotherly tone was gone, and suddenly, I felt as if I were on the phone with someone who genuinely had ill will towards us both. "I'm afraid it's time for the weather, Rose, but feel free to call back should you keep having those very interesting dreams. Thank you for calling, ma'am, and have a wonderful afternoon." I ended the call, then faced Dan with wide eyes while mouthing the words, "Block that number." I wish I could say that the weirdness ended then and there, but we're never so lucky. After the call from Rose, we had more calls. 2, and then 3, then 7, by the time 5 o'clock rolled around. They were all very similar. People in town were recounting their dreams, but they weren't all elderly people talking about God or whatever eldritch abomination they saw rising out of the woods. I heard all types of people, all types of voices. Young and old, some a little quirky, and others who seemed more skeptical. One caught me off guard. I still remember her words perfectly. It was a young woman, maybe my age, and she sounded as if she was hesitant, but somehow still desperate to tell anyone about what she had seen. "I saw a bird with human eyes," she told me. Right away, I was curious, as this was something a little too real on levels of weirdness. "In a dream?" "No," the woman answered. There was a harsh intake of breath from the other side. "I don't sleep anymore since it started perching at my windows. All of them. Windows that weren't even there before? Sorry, I shouldn't have called." Before I had a chance to say anything, she hung up the phone. It's difficult trying to think of the best words to explain how I felt after that phone call. Regret, I think. I felt somehow responsible for the sorrow and hesitance in her voice, the way she saw some need to apologize for telling me what she saw. There was a deep pit of dread in my stomach. I hope she's okay, whoever she is, and that she figures out where all those extra windows came from. I'll admit, I had to take a break from writing this in order to tend to my new coworker. I had said that he had a rough first day.
Rough is a bit of a lax word. At first, he was only a bit spooked about the general weirdness up here, but after what happened with our final phone call of the day, there was enough to warrant actual concern for his physical health. I let Dan take over all the controls while I just left long enough to make a sandwich, realizing that it was almost 9 o'clock at night and I had yet to feed my flesh prison the entire day. Human bodies, they're obnoxiously needy. He had a call come in, which I realized only because I heard him answer it. I didn't even hear it ring. It was late and a strange time for calls, but I figured if it was someone being a creep, at least it would be entertaining to see how he handled it. However, Dan was silent after that first initial greeting. Seconds ticked by, and he said nothing. Finally, when I stepped out of the tiny employee kitchen with the peanut butter sandwich in hand, I witnessed my coworker throwing the headphones off of his head and letting out a shriek as he covered his ears. His eyes were wide and impossibly bloodshot. Veins were popping on his forehead and neck, and his moppy dark hair flew back and forth as he shook his head before dropping to his knees. I could see blood dripping down from his nose over his top lip and his teeth, which were bared in a pained grimace. Through the hair at the sides of his head, I saw dark trickles of blood streaming over his hands as if something inside of his ears had burst. I dropped my sandwich with a few cuss words exclaimed as I rushed over to him, grabbing one of his wrists in an attempt to see the damage. He didn't want to move his hands, and I didn't blame him. With that much blood, I'd be afraid too. His eyes blearily scanned over my face, and I asked loudly if he could hear me. He simply gave me a dumbfounded expression and whimpered pathetically, as if even more upset over the fact that he could only read my lips. Oh God, his ears were totally shot. The music continued to play, however, with the microphone still running and his screaming likely caught on the broadcast. I made the decision to keep the rest of his struggle private by marching over to the console and turning off both microphones. I let the music run automatically and returned to his side where he had fallen over and was now lying with his legs curled up, shivering and traumatized. He looked at me, tried to mouth a few words, but didn't get far before his eyes rolled back and he was out cold in a dead faint. I sat across from him for a long time. My eyes glanced over at the sandwich, which was already being feasted upon by some very fortunate ants that probably thought a merciful god had rained down this gift from the heavens. I left it there, not wanting to disappoint them. That's when I found the granola bars in my pocket. Half melted, but still a very happy surprise. Maybe I was my own merciful god. After a while of watching over Dan and writing up a bit of my day, I noticed him finally stir. He was startled, gasping for breath as if waking from a nightmare, eyes darting around the room until he saw me cross the space to approach him. I got down to his level, lying on my side so that he could see my face clearly and understand what I asked him. We were on the floor side by side, like two kids at the shittiest slumber party ever, not even one pillow to spare. Your face is bloody. You think you can walk to the bathroom? He nodded. Want to sleep on an actual mattress? He hesitated, then nodded again. I'd already called an ambulance while he was unconscious, but I knew it would take a while to get here. Our town didn't exactly have a hospital, and anyone who's had to drive around the mountains knows the chore that trip is. Until then, he could rest on the mattress in my employee apartment and sleep off whatever shit he was going through. I was surprised that he got up on his feet as easily as he did. That is to say, without falling over at all. Although his balance was worse for wear. One would suspect as much with two newly injured ears. I let him sit down on the toilet as I helped clean his face and underneath his ears, letting him wash his own hands. Can you hear me at all? I asked, now that we were in a quiet, noise-free room. It took him a moment before he finally spoke up, but his voice was a hoarse whisper that he probably couldn't even pick up. A little, he said, then smirked with a sad excuse for a chuckle. You're friendlier when I can't hear you well. I would have slugged him in the shoulder for that one, but I just laughed and let it slide. It felt weird taking care of someone else. I didn't think I was a maternal type of person, but I found myself being as gentle as possible with his bloodied face, with genuine care for his comfort. He was cleaned up all except for his ears, which were covered in what bandages we had on hand, and I helped him to the mattress so that he could lie down and rest. Damn, as far as first days go, his was probably the worst I could ever imagine. I really felt for the guy then. First, he was just annoying, but now that he was subdued, albeit in a terrible way, he wasn't so insufferable. As he laid down with a bit of a wince, I turned to leave, but not before he waved a hand towards me in a weak, sort of attention-grabbing slap to the arm. "I heard it," he mumbled, the volume of his voice fluctuating but still difficult to make out. The color was drained from his face, and he took in a breath laced with an audible shiver. "A bellow. God in the woods, like Rose said." My brow crinkled and I turned away, grabbing a thin, folded blanket from the top of a plastic shelving system and draping it over him. "That wasn't some fearsome god, Dan. Just something really wrong with your headset. We'll fix you up, just get some rest." That's where Dan spent the rest of the evening. At least, until an ambulance came to pick him up. It took him damn long enough to get here. I decided to spend the night at my desk, watching the broadcast go without even putting my own headset on. After a while, it became a surreal experience, just watching the music play by itself and trying to imagine who out there was actually listening to it. Maybe I was the only one? It's crazy how I went from hating Dan to suddenly missing his presence now that I was alone and completely uninterested in sleep. And yeah, I know I lied to him. It wasn't his headset. Whatever he heard was very real, but I don't know. He's gone through enough without that to worry about, too. It's after midnight now, and I heard a disturbing sound. The phone started ringing again. Someone was calling in. I took a deep breath. I took a deep, steady breath through my nose, and ignored it. This is Evelyn from 104.6 FM, and the strangest looking bird is still sitting at the edge of my window. I never knew that ear surgery was so simple. Not to say that it isn't a delicate and skilled process, of course, but when I got the call from Dan's mother, lovely woman, by the way, she told me that with an outpatient surgery, they'd be able to decently repair one of his ears and possibly give him some partial hearing in the other. At the very least, they'd fix it up enough to avoid infection. I suppose I always thought that the ear was such a small and intricate part of the body that fixing up those tiny, cramped caverns of bones and delicate vibrations would be a huge deal. A dangerous deal. Turns out, Dan got the surgery the morning after the incident with his headset and is recovering. They think he'll be able to hear well enough to stick around here and do his job, though he may need some hearing assistance once he fully heals. He won't be returning to work for a few days probably, and may not be wearing a headset for a long time, but while talking to his mother, I heard him in the background saying, "Is that Evelyn? Tell her I'm not done being her nuisance yet." So, I guess I've still got a part-timer? A nuisance part-timer? He's just taking a very early, very medicated vacation. While he's out, I've been here by myself, and god damn it, that bird will not leave. I noticed something while looking out the window between giving the forecast and playing a block of commercial-free music. It's building a nest. That little shit piece with its damn eyes is building a nest right in front of where I sit all day. Now, I like birds. I generally don't have trouble with any kind of wildlife, so long as it's not trying to pick a body part to run off with, but somehow, for whatever reason, the last thing I want is to see this bird create multiple mini versions of itself. I can just imagine tens of them lined up all around the window, staring at me from every direction, watching what I'm doing. I almost decided to go out there and try moving the nest down into the woods, but I don't want to leave the station unmanned for too long. Maybe I'll wait until Dan gets back and let him take over for a while so I can take that thing far, far away from the tower. I hate this fucking bird. Before I sat down in the morning, I cleaned myself up at the bathroom mirror. The sink was quiet. I know that should be a good thing, but I don't mean clanking pipes or clogged plumbing causing any sound. On Dan's first day, he said he heard the sobbing from down in the pipes, and it shook me a bit. I've heard it too, but I figured it was just me. I figured the isolation of being up here 50 feet in the air and with no company except for the grocery delivery man was starting to make me imagine human voices in places where they didn't really exist, but he heard it too. Honestly, I was a bit disappointed that it didn't continue the first time I noticed the eerie silence. I was going to try to convince Dan that we had a colony of mole people living in the plumbing as soon as he got back, but that joke wouldn't solve the mystery. At this point, humor is just about the only thing keeping me sane around here, but if you ask, did I think it was a ghost down there? A person? No, I didn't care. So long as it remained a sound and nothing else, it didn't matter where it came from. I forgot about it for a bit. I stopped thinking about whatever was, or wasn't, rather, in the sink and went about my daily work. The skies were blue and clear, the air was chilly, but warm for being in the mountains. All in all, things were boring. But I suppose I could use a boring day after watching my coworkers' eardrums simultaneously rupture the day before. I'll take a boring day over a bloody one. I sat down, putting my headset on and waiting for the automatic music block to come to an end. There were envelopes opened and stacked about with "Get Well Soon" cards placed in a line above the consoles. Word got out fast that Dan was undergoing a standard minor surgery, and I imagine that anyone listening that evening before who heard his pained screams was quick to hunt down the gossipers for information. At least 10 people in town sent cards straight to the station with the early morning mail. I set them in front of his chair like a cute surprise for when he came back. Even I ordered one for him too, but unfortunately the grocery delivery guy had accidentally been given a "Happy Birthday Grandma" card instead. I still signed it and put it up with the rest. It's the thought that counts.
Good morning, this is Evelyn McKinnon with 104.6 FM. I hope everyone is enjoying the sunny skies today. Daniel Esperanza will not be joining me this morning, but he would like to thank everyone for the kind well wishes and can't wait to return at the end of the week. Stay tuned for the 5-day forecast at 8:30 this morning, but until then, enjoy 30 minutes of uninterrupted music here on 104.6 FM.
I wasted most of the morning away. The Wi-Fi was close enough that I could sit near my desk and surf the web a little, looking for news to talk about. I was in a bored daze, looking at the clock, waiting for time to pass. The internet is too slow to play much video unless I'm in the mood for a good, long buffer, so most of the time, it was just spent staring at a dull screen. At noon, my eyes snapped to the side as a noise came through my earphones. It was the phone. Even while the music played, someone was calling in. I thought maybe it was a request, or maybe Dan's mother calling again. Apparently Daniel had said enough good things about me for her to invite me to her niece's wedding in June. Sweet woman. I made sure that the audio mixer wouldn't pick up the call or my voice with the music broadcast, and with a touch of hesitance, I allowed the voice to come through. "This is Evelyn at 104.6 FM. What can I do for you?" There was a loud gasp on the other end, then a shaking, shivering sob, and the sounds of a young woman breathing in through a stuffy nose. I recognized the sound. It was less muffled than it had ever been, more direct, more human. It was the same pattern of sobs I heard from inside the sink every day since I started, and the same one Daniel had heard as well. I felt a chilling sensation, like the sudden gust of wind you feel walking out into a blustery winter night from a warm building. It didn't hit me all at once, but traveled from the top of my head down my back and all the way to the tips of my toes. Every hair on my body stood on end, and every pore and freckle was like a stinging pinprick. And then the words began to come through. You have to stop." She was still sobbing, still gasping and sniffling. She paused, and I assume it was to let me speak. "Are you all—" "Oh my God, stop making excuses!" She interrupted me, and all at once I became confused. Was she talking to me at all? "I'm so tired. This is my home. I wanted to help you, but you won't let me." I didn't respond. It was as if we were listening to only one half of a conversation, like a recording. Something about the voice sounded familiar to me, enough to make my stomach drop into a pit deep in my gut, but then again, I had heard it before, in the bathroom sink. Had I heard it anywhere else? "Please, let me help you. Please, you haven't had a sober a single day since graduate. All at once, I ripped the headset off my ears, pushed my chair back, and left the device dangling on a cord like a pendulum off the side of the desk. It wasn't for lack of reason. I felt the most intense nausea erupt suddenly, stomach churning and mouth watering. No time at all to wonder if I'd be able to calm down or not. I rushed to the bathroom, with the call still going, that voice speaking and sobbing into the air. Vertigo struck as soon as the door was within reach, and those 3 steps to the toilet felt as if I were walking in a bright, spinning carnival tunnel. My legs buckled at the knees and I went crashing down, white knuckles gripping the edge of the toilet seat as I tried to drag myself towards it. My arm lacked the strength, but it was then that the nausea turned into something else. I was choking. Shit, if there was ever a time I could have a coworker there with me, this would be that moment. I lost my breath, and the vibrant colors that spun around me only grew more blinding, static in my vision as I prepared to lose consciousness. And then, with a desperate cough, I felt a sharp pain as something dislodged itself from my throat. My head hit the floor with a thud, but I found myself staring directly at the thing that had somehow gotten inside of my body. It was a stone. Just a stone. A brown, speckled one, like the kind that you'd find out in the woods, like maybe on a hike or maybe from a riverbed. As far as things you could mysteriously choke on with no explanation, a stone seemed like a rather boring item. But as I looked at it, perhaps with sheer frustration that it had almost killed me, I wanted nothing more than to be rid of it. My arm shook as I pushed myself up, grabbing the stone in my fist. Without a second thought, I threw it into the toilet and flushed the handle, watching it disappear down the cyclone of water. It was then that I swore I heard a sniffle to my right, coming from deep down inside the pipes beneath the sink. "You can have it back." I wiped my face with my sleeve, then washed my hands thoroughly before returning to my desk. My headphones were still dangling off the edge of the table, swinging back and forth slowly. I picked them up, put them over my head once more, and was greeted with silence from the other line. The woman had hung up the phone. The sense of discomfort hasn't left. That bird hasn't left. What's worse is I saw it clicking its beak on the window, looking straight at me. It wants to come in. I know how crazy it sounds, acting like I know what a bird wants and is thinking, but this sparrow is too human not to be aware of its expression. Pleading, demanding eyes are staring constantly as I sit at my desk, only gone when it leaves to fill its nest. I'm not letting it in. There's a fog advisory for Thursday. It's only Tuesday as I write this, but I still find myself staring across the forest, expecting to see the hills of trees start to move. I expect to see it burst open. Where does the fog even come from? I'm imagining it now, drifting up from beneath the ground, rising into the air, and covering the town in the sun, all that my eyes can see. And the sound it might make, a fearsome bellow that shakes the whole earth. Shit. Maybe I shouldn't have blocked Rose's phone number after all. This is Evelyn from 104.6 FM, and I just noticed a brown, speckled stone sitting on the edge of the window. Class of 2017 written in white paint on its side. I don't know how it got there, but more importantly, who on earth fished that thing out of the goddamn toilet? I honestly never thought I'd dread a Thursday the way I did. It's a perfectly good day of the week, and rarely do you ever hear people complaining about how much they hate Thursdays. There's no, "Is Thursday over yet?" mugs out there next to the Monday ones. However, as the week drifted slowly by, all I could think about was the constant warning of another foggy day quickly approaching. On top of all that, my morning started with a script for a missing persons report. A woman named Jennifer Cook, age 25, had wandered into the woods in a supposed sleepwalking incident, and her status, for whatever reason, had been listed as, quote, "in extreme danger." I recognize her name. We were friends in college. One good thing did happen. Daniel decided resting was boring as hell and made the decision to return one day earlier than expected. Still recovering, but plenty well enough to pester me. I almost regretted to say it, but I missed the guy. I guess it's true that you don't always realize you'd missed something until it's taken away from you, and even this insufferable pain in my ass was better than the absolute isolation. Beggars can't be choosers. I watched as his eyes lit up, seeing the get well cards that had been left on the side of his console. He snorted when he noticed the one I left for him. Happy birthday, Grandma? He laughed as he picked it up, opening the card to find no kind words or even a signature, but a doodle of him with 2 Beethoven-inspired ear trumpets duct taped to his head. What can I say? I was bored. Thanks, Evelyn. You're a very thoughtful grandchild. After the morning weather broadcast, at which time he joined me to announce his return to the station, we turned up our microphones to catch up. I hardly believe it needs saying that catching up for us didn't only involve the mundane. He told me about his procedure in vivid detail, almost excitedly, and to be honest, I was very interested. Delicately, he tilted his head to either side to show the scars behind his ears and the surgical dressing still kept on the inside. It was no wonder he still spent most of his time trying to read my lips. Even if his ears had been successfully repaired, he couldn't hear a damn thing with cotton stuffed in there. Eventually, we exhausted talk of scalpels and stitches, and he asked me what sort of bizarre happenings he had missed while on his vacation. Sink is still acting up. The pipes were a little rusty the other day, though. I think that was making it a bit weepier than usual. Did you get any calls? I hesitated, but tried not to look too unwilling to answer. Rather, I pretended I was in thought, looking back at dull and completely unimportant memories before shaking my head. Not really. Just a couple of music requests. Some guy in town has a serious crush on Diana Ross. Daniel's eyes were fixed on my face, reading it far after my lips had stopped moving. I think the fact that I avoided his gaze completely was more of a telltale sign of secrecy than anything else. I didn't want to tell him about the crying woman over the phone, the rock that had been in my stomach, or any conversation all of that maester. The feeling of unease that subject caused was so fuzzy, so confusing to me, that I had no desire to go tumbling down that rabbit hole by my own free will. That bird, though, I interrupted, just as he took in a breath to speak, bringing my knees up in my chair and kicking off from the desk to roll a few feet. I practically jumped out of the seat to stomp across the room, headset left abandoned, and a finger pointing out the window. Sure enough, my nemesis was picking at the nest it had built on a tree branch right at the window's edge. You don't like the nest? Daniel asked, as if there were any possible doubt of how I felt. It's gonna have all its creepy-looking babies right in front of our broadcast room! I put my hands to the glass with an exasperated groan. But even as I knocked my fist against the surface, that shitty little bird did not leave. It just stared at me, face turned so that one human eye followed my movements. If its beak had the ability to move in a grin, I am almost sure it would have been smirking at me. I'm getting rid of it. Hold up, I know it's weird looking, but you're not just going to kill it. I'm not killing it, I corrected Daniel, returning to the desk to hang up my headphones properly. I leaned against the back of my abandoned chair, facing my coworker to explain my instructions. I'm going out on the fire escape to grab the nest, and I'm taking it into the woods. I won't hurt it, I'll just make it a nest in a new spot. You need to take the controls while I'm gone, though. He couldn't wear his headset, but that didn't matter. So long as he could keep the music running on his own and avoid any lapses of silence while I was gone, the plan would be simple and effective. I still try to wrap my head around this feeling, urgency. I needed to get rid of that nest, and it needed to happen immediately. I had to leave the station in order to get to the fire escape. I know that completely defeats the purpose of the fire escape, but it wasn't worth triggering the alarm just to save a few steps and explaining my stupid obsession to my boss while disarming it. That involved descending endless clanking stairs, downwards and downwards, until I had circled a 50-foot spiral of rusted metal to the cold cement floor. The exit sign no longer glowed, but the door's windows shone a tarnished yellow light from the overcast sky outside. When my shoes sank into the long grass, kicking up tiny pebbles in the dry dirt, I felt a sense of immense insignificance. The world felt big, and I felt small. Suffocating somewhere in the middle of all that vast and limitless space. It was the first time in over a week I had felt the wind on my skin so directly, and something about standing in the open air failed to feel comforting. I didn't feel freedom. I felt violated, exposed. I felt like a newborn without guidance. I decided to make the job as quick as possible. I secured my flannel around my waist, holding onto either side of the fire escape as I climbed my way upwards. I spared a look out into the mountains, those rolling high hills of rocks and dirt covered in newly budding trees and evergreens. Looking at the horizon brought me stress. That stress formed a gnarled ball sitting in my stomach, kind of like a stone, really. I didn't need any more of those in my guts. Okay, you feathered fuck. Once I was at the top, panting breathlessly in the absolute throes of exhaustion, I waved my hand to shoo the bird away. For once, it actually left, but that didn't bring me much comfort. It flew away from its nest without panic, as if it wasn't leaving because it feared me. It was simply moving out of the way to perch elsewhere, casually, as if to say, I'm only moving because I want to. I reached down over the metal bars to grab the nest, plucking it off the branch. Now, as much as I hate this bird, and as vocal as I've been about that fact, I couldn't bring myself to be rough with its nest. I held it with some level of tenderness, but still held my breath anxiously as I peered into the circular web of twigs and discarded animal furs. There were no eggs, but the nest wasn't empty. With a shudder of disgust and every single nerve in my body wanting to get that damn thing away from me as quickly as possible, I threw that nest as far as my arm would let me, wiping my hands on the waist of my shirt as I watched it fly into the trees. Inside that nest, nestled into the center like a beloved, delicate eggs, were 4 human fingers chewed off from the knuckle. They were young and slim, the nails painted in partially chipped red polish. It was then that I heard a slither behind me, scraping wet against the metal of the stairs. It was a sickening sound that only added to the chill I felt traveling up my arms and neck. I turned, ready to lock eyes with whatever creature had crawled out of the woods, and found a thick, dirt-covered vine that had grown all the way up the rusted beams and across the first step. I had seen a bird with human eyes, a sink with a human voice, but God forbid would this plant start personifying itself too. Eager to get off that fire escape and back into the station, I stepped over the muddy green appendage and prepared for my shoe to clank against the second stair. It never hit. Instead, another vine just as slick and swift as the other snaked its way underneath my foot. Then another. And another. Down at least 3 more steps. No matter where my foot fell, it would slide and I'd go crashing down each and every one of those stairs. At last, that's what I thought would happen. As soon as my balance was lost to me, I felt a slimy grip around my ankle, one of the vines grabbing my leg and using an incomprehensible amount of strength to fling my weight away from it. I felt like a fly being swatted with an aggressive hand, as if I was the pest in this situation. One moment, I was staring down at my feet, and the next, I was looking at the ground as I began to fall. 50 feet was a distance I may not have survived. I flailed in some attempt to grab the edge of the stairway, but happened to fall on my chest, pinned over a bar on one of the spirals right below the top. The breath was knocked out of me, arms gripping the rail as pain erupted in my shoulders and my elbows from holding up my weight. I kicked my legs upwards, wrapping them around the closest bar I could find until I was clinging to the edge. The endless forest was in front of me, and all I saw at first was a sea of green. That is when I saw movement on the horizon. It was the undulating, swirling, thick clouds of fog slowly creeping towards the radio station in the town beyond us. And for the first time since I had started working here, I could hear a groan on the wind. It wasn't quite a rumble like one would expect from thunder, but a low, whale-like moan one might imagine would echo from the ocean floor. The fog was making that sound. A living thing with a voice of its own. I yelled out some stream of curses mixed with unintelligible sounds of panic as I used all of my strength to pull myself up onto the landing. Choosing the stress of sore arms over a long drop, I pulled myself up, tumbling over the railing and falling to my stomach on the solid metal. As I stood, I lost my flannel shirt on a snag and didn't bother to come back for it, even if it was my favorite. I half ran, half stumbled down the remaining steps, skipping over which ones I could while the ground below wriggled and moved in my line of sight. The same mud-covered vines that had thrown me off the fire escape were crawling their way out of the ground, all of them twitching in agitation. I tripped my way through them, making a dash to the door, but when it was finally within my reach, there was no opening it. The door had been covered from bottom to center in a thick layer of vegetation, overgrown as if the forest had swallowed it in a coat of thorns and branches. Young miniature trees had sprouted from the ground in that short amount of time it took me to leave and come back, their trunks and branches intertwined to keep the door fastened shut. I tore my hands at the bark, the thorns biting into my skin, but with every tug and crack of solid wood, the trees would writhe and snap back into place in a stubborn game of tug-o-war. The distant groan was closer now, wisps of fog surrounding my ankles as it slowly began to cover the ground and grow. But as panicked as I was, I only screamed when I looked back to the door, seeing a darkened face and the whites of eyes staring at me through the window. It was Daniel, knocking on the tarnished yellow glass as he attempted to force the door open on his side. "Get up there!" I screamed through the door. "Make the emergency broadcast! Go upstairs!" He stared at me, shaking his head as he tried yet again to bust the door open to no avail. The stained window clouded my face, making my lips impossible to read. I turned around to see the same trees covering the door had now sprouted at the bottom of the fire escape. The fog was tumbling closer, completely engulfing the trees only a dozen feet away from me. With nowhere to go, I turned back to the door with one last desperate attempt to tear the plants away. I saw Daniel's face washed out and blank with fear with both of his hands on the glass, and then, as the fog wrapped itself around me and the radio station itself, I couldn't even see an inch in front of my face. Dan disappeared from my view, as did every single thing except for the swirling gray clouds. I don't think I've ever experienced such silence. There was no wind, no birds, only the sound of my own labored breathing as the air grew thick with the taste of wet soil. Though I had been facing the door, the clouds in front of my eyes made it seem as if I were floating in some endless waste. It was a sea of cold, heavy air that tickled every hair on my arms and on my head. There was that whale-like groan again. It was followed by the strangest series of clicks, like a tongue against teeth rapidly popping in no real pattern. I wasn't prepared when it touched me. I pursed my lips tightly to keep from making a sound as something sharp and thin grazed the raised flesh on the back of my arm. It was followed by another, then another, like impossibly long fingers or the legs of a spider toying with my hair and poking at my arms. It felt threatening, but also curious, as though whatever it was patrolling in the fog was trying to figure out what I was or what it could do with me. My eyes were clamped shut and my arms squeezed tightly around my body. I can't even begin to describe what it's like in your head when something massive, unseen and unidentifiable pokes and prods as if you're its human toy. I was waiting for fangs and claws. I thought, for sure, in that very moment, I was about to be eaten alive by something I would never get the chance to see, and my last act on this earth would have been harassing a goddamn bird. My teeth rattled as I waited for a fate that was certainly grim, but it was surprising when I felt all presence around me suddenly back away. The ground shook once, twice, and then the world went still again. My eyes cracked open as I watched the swirling gray clouds in front of my vision slowly begin to clear. The doorway, as well as the gnarled trees surrounding it, came into view bit by bit. The curling ropes of bark and thorns began to unattach from one another and spiral back down into the ground as if they were beckoned beneath the dirt. The door was in my sights as the fog all but disappeared completely. Well, as it turns out, I didn't die. Shocking, I know. I don't think I've ever opened a door so quickly in my life. I rushed inside, slamming it behind me, and wasted no time at all sprinting up the stairwell towards the broadcasting room. Pure adrenaline got me to the top in what seemed like an instant, where I found Daniel sitting at the console with a microphone situated in front of his face and the radio lineup back on track. It was better late than never. I breathed a loud, heavy sigh and slumped against the wall, movement catching my gaze at the window. My flannel shirt was still caught on the edge of the fire escape, torn to absolute shreds, and waving like a flag of surrender. It was then that I made a solemn oath that should I ever see a bird's nest near the fire escape, it can stay. Hell, I'd throw it a damn welcome party if that would keep this from ever happening again. Since afternoon arrived, some things have come to light. I've gotten more than one angry call from the owner of the network who claims it took us far too long to send the announcement for the people downhill in the towns. A married couple last seen taking a walk near the trees hasn't come home since the fog passed, and of course, we made the missing persons report immediately. I've also got a huge pattern of bruises appearing on my chest from the fall, and I must say, it hurts like a bitch. We did call the police about the fingers. They assured us there wasn't a murderer loose in the area, though that sounds simpler to deal with. I was a bit surprised that the police asked for copies of our caller recordings from earlier in the week, and luckily, the rules of the station meant none of them had been deleted or taped over. The only recordings missing was the one Daniel had taken the very moment he lost most of his hearing. Why would our boss delete that after collecting his copies? I overheard whispers of who those fingers may have belonged to. They say the missing girl, Jennifer, was probably the victim of an animal mauling while wandering in her sleep due to a newly prescribed pill she had only just started taking. A sleeping pill. I've decided that when I'm done here, I'm looking at our call records from the last few days. A certain call from a sleepless woman is coming back to me, and I may recognize that phone number if I see it again. I suspect it might match a number I still have in my own personal cell phone. I'll be honest. I hope I'm wrong. There's a lot I need to explain once I know for sure. This is Evelyn from 104.6 FM, and I might take a walk in the woods later. So here's the thing. It's dark outside, the forest is apparently alive, and you want to go out there looking for a dead body? Daniel had been here only a few days, and already he was mouthing off to me. He moved fast, I guess. I shot him a look, expression cold, as I sat on the floor and laced up the first of my boots. If those fingers were the only part of her disconnected from the rest, there may not be a dead body. She might still be alive. After the last time I sat down to write my thoughts and experiences, I ended up looking back at all of the calls that came through in the last few days. I wasn't looking for the recordings, but rather the numbers, something I rarely paid attention to. My heart sank when I saw that my suspicion had been unfortunately correct. The number on our work phone matched the cell phone number I had listed for Jenny, a college friend whom I had graduated with a year earlier. Although there was a surprise I hadn't quite expected. Jennifer didn't call the station only once. She called twice. The first time to tell me about a bird with human eyes that had been keeping her awake for days. And the second time, I heard a woman crying and pleading over the phone. That woman was her. Maybe it's true when they say that no one ever sounds like themselves over the phone. I'm going along with you. Dan was turning in his chair, ready to get up, when I shot him a look of disbelief. No, you're not. I thought I sounded demanding, but he didn't listen for even a moment. He was already up on his feet, leaning over the console and fiddling with the music lineup. We can't leave the station completely empty. Who are we going to ask to take over for us? That weird-ass bird? The toilet ghost? Excuse you, it's the sink, not the toilet. Besides, I have an idea. He wasn't bluffing either. His idea sounded silly and impossible at first, but the more I mulled it over in those moments, the more I realized it would work. He told me that we should pre-record all of our content for the night. We'd record the evening weather, the 10 o'clock news, and even a goodnight message, then put those recordings in the lineup with the rest of the music. No one would know, and if it took much longer than expected, we'd simply set up the broadcast schedule to continue into the 6-hour night owl block. I was supposed to leave at 10, Daniel reminded me. He was only a part-timer, whereas full-time took on a whole new meaning for my eternal presence here. It's almost 9 o'clock already. You don't think I'll get overtime if anyone finds out we're just dicking around in the woods, do ya? There'll be no dicking, but I'll pay the grocery guy extra to bring you donuts if you do require compensation. I couldn't believe I was actually going to do this. I couldn't believe I was letting Dan do this. Honestly, I didn't know what scared me more, the thought of walking into the woods at night and leaving the station abandoned, or the thought of going alone and leaving Dan with the responsibility of taking my place. Now, I'm not saying he's incompetent, but I'm almost sure a wild badger could run across the radio console and operate it just as good as he does. He has a lot to learn, is what I mean. We put our plan in motion, recording all of our segments one after another and making a long automatic playlist including those files. With any luck, it would sound just as genuine as live conversation. By the time that was finished and the radio was set to play on its own, until just before sunrise, Daniel and I raided the closet for flashlights, water bottles, and a first aid kit just in case. I hoped we wouldn't be needing to reattach any of our fingers, but yesterday's grim findings had brought that possibility up from not worth mentioning to unlikely but could happen. My second trip out into the fresh air didn't feel as daunting as the first. Maybe it was because the fog wasn't set to roll in for a few days, or maybe having an important goal drowned out that feeling of insignificance. I fished my phone out of my pocket, looking at the minuscule number of bars in the corner. Out here, with a wall of trees all around us and a seemingly endless forest for the mountains, it was dangerous not to have some kind of connection with the outside world. I watched the bars disappear as we continued to walk, the wet leaves squeaking under our feet. I don't think I've ever been out here, not this late, at least. Daniel was flashing his light on the ground, then up to the trees at eye level. I hated when he did that. I had some hidden fear that he'd shine the light up suddenly and illuminate something terrifying. You do know your way around, don't you? I was grasping at memories. I had left town so young and stayed away for so long that any recollection of playing in the woods was lost to me at this point. However, I did remember returning. There were bits and pieces of a memory in my brain, but it seemed to melt, as if some of those thoughts ran like water straight out of my mind. I was here about a year ago, but I can't memorize paths that well. But it's not as if we can't see the radio tower from miles away. Daniel shrugged, nodding his head and accepting that answer. He looked back at our metal and wooden sanctuary, which sat so tall on the hill with a huge tower looming above it that it would be near impossible not to see it from almost anywhere this side of the forest. I stared forward in the dark, squinting as Daniel moved his light back to get a view of the station. I kept my own flashlight turned off in order to save its battery in case his ran out. But I had to admit, his constant tomfoolery with that damn flashlight was going to get on my nerves if he kept it up. Will you stop that? What? Dicking around with the flashlight. What about the flashlight? I raised my voice for him, remembering the cotton in his ears. You're dicking around with it! Before I could finish that sentence, a sound erupted from in front of us, even loud enough for Daniel to hear through his bandages. It was the groan of an animal, either aggressive or in defense of itself. Dan whipped back around, his flashlight pointing straight towards the source of the sound while I stopped in my tracks and stood perfectly still. It was an elk. Enormous in size, with eyes glowing white at us in the darkness. There was no way it could have gone unheard, leading me to believe that it had been standing there perfectly still all this time. Its antlers clacked against the surrounding trees as it shook its head, stomping its front hooves into the dirt and stone. Dan and I both backed up several feet, but the elk didn't charge at us. Rather, once it was finished making noise and stomping about, it turned and stared at us for the longest moment. Its eyes were reflective orbs, but I watched it blink. Its eyelids were to the right and left, meeting vertically like that of a reptile. Then, with a heavy grunt, it bounded heavily away, further into the woods. I noticed between instances of wondering how close I had been to shitting my pants just now, that it ran with a really odd gallop. It had 3 back legs. 1 on one side and 2 on the other. It was a seriously fucked up elk. Is there anything out here that doesn't look like an absolute abomination?" Daniel asked in a hoarse whisper, his flashlight slowly scanning in a search for anything else that might be hiding in the trees and overgrown brush. There was nothing, not even a sound. After a few hesitant moments, we were on the move again, though I decided shouting probably wasn't the best decision to make. I was looking down at my phone, watching the bars in the left corner. I wouldn't have expected to have any signal out here, but strangely, a single bar kept flashing and then disappearing, as if it wanted to find a connection. I had no explanation for it, but I didn't think on it too much. Of all the weird crap I'd seen out here, a cell phone signal in the woods was the least of my curiosities. But if I could get just one more bar, maybe I could try making a call. How do you know her?" Daniel broke the silence after we were sure no more giant mutated elks were stomping around. "This missing girl, you seem dead set on finding her." "She was my best friend in college. We had a dorm together, we graduated together, we lived together for a bit. She was generous when I needed a place to stay." "And now you live in a radio station." I turned my eyes back to my phone, shrugging my shoulders. I acted nonchalant, like I didn't give two shits. I actually gave quite a considerable amount of shits. She didn't want me there anymore, okay? She just didn't want me there anymore. I could feel the question in the air. I didn't have to look at Daniel to know what he was thinking, how badly he wanted to ask why a generous best friend would kick someone out of their house. Luckily, before he had a chance to speak, and before I needed to think of a new conversation, I saw it. 2 bars on my phone, springing to life and defying all odds against this wild, uninhabitable mountain. I raised my phone up in victory, stopping exactly where I stood for fear of losing the signal. "Yes, we have it! We have a signal!" Daniel gave me a confused stare before I had a chance to explain. I was tapping away at my phone, finding Jennifer's phone number among my minuscule list of contacts. "I'm calling her. If she's nearby, she can help us find her, assuming she has a signal and battery." Assuming she has her phone. Daniel was obviously skeptical why a sleepwalking woman, presumably leaving her bed, would take her phone, but I had a theory that Jennifer hadn't been sleepwalking at all. Something had been luring her here. I had a feeling. I didn't answer him, whispering a hoarse shh as the phone began to ring in my ear. It rang once, then twice, then in both of my ears. Her tone, a basic selection from the Library of Sounds, was distant but audible in my one exposed ear. I lowered my own device, listening to the sound echo from further in the trees. Faint, but there. Daniel turned to the direction of my gaze, flashlight scanning along the ground to find a path of broken twigs and flattened grass trailing off deep into the brush. "What are you—" Her phone. That was all I said before I chased the glow of his flashlight on the ground, deciding that one source wasn't enough. I pulled the spare light from the satchel around my shoulders, tapping it against my hand as it flickered to life. The tone stopped ringing, and so I called it again, desperately hoping this wasn't just a trick my ears were playing. I couldn't help but feel some level of paranoia, knowing that this forest could be drawing us further and with, illusions of sound and direction. Perhaps that's exactly what it did to Jennifer. I felt a sense of familiarity with the forest then. I knew this path. I almost felt sick the moment some old buried memories started to resurface, but not because those memories traumatized me. No, the nausea was part of the memory. I remembered the campfire roaring high in the center of a clearing, one person's distinct voice nagging that it would burn the trees down if it got any hotter. I remembered tripping over beer bottles and the sound of shitty guitar music. Some drunk idiot singing off-key. Oh, shit. Maybe I was the drunk idiot singing off-key. That was probably me now that I think about it. I could hear Jenny's voice mingling with the crackling of fire and terrible music. Evelyn, lay off. You've had enough. Don't you scream at me. God, you're such an ass. And to imagine that graduation party was the last time I had ever seen this place. Until now. God damn, why did I ever come back? Oh, Christ. I heard Daniel yell before I caught sight of what he had found, and God, I wish I hadn't seen it. I turned my light to him, first catching a glimpse as he staggered back with his eyes glued to the ground in front of him, and then I foolishly illuminated the grass below. There was blood soaking every inch of grass and dirt that I could see. Bits of cloth and who knows what else strewn around the forest floor. And a man, the top half of him, at least, nearby, the bottom half of another person. This one was wearing a pair of khaki shorts and walking shoes, but both of them had been separated across the middle. Only one half of their bodies thrown down where we could see them, and the rest, well, I shouldn't have scanned the light upwards, but the sound of creaking tree branches tempted me. My light followed the trunk, stained all the way up until it illuminated what happened to be the other halves of the two corpses. They were stuck in the branches by their clothes and their limbs, as if thrown into the air and getting caught wherever they fell. The second body was of a woman, but it wasn't Jennifer. I felt sick. All of the shadows and shapes were swirling around in my vision, pungent smells not only in my nose but on my tongue as the full wave of that terrible scent hit me. I gagged, but before I could turn my full body away from the scene, my light caught something else. The glow of eyes from the trunk of a nearby tree. Let me just say, I've seen some uncomfortable things merely in the time I've been working out here in the woods. I don't just mean gruesome, terrifying things, but unsettling things, unusual things. And as of right now, this takes the cake. We found Jennifer. She was in one piece, as far as I could tell. Aside from a hand missing every finger except for, ironically, the middle one. I'd like to think that this was some final joke from whatever murdered her, but that's probably wishful thinking, where humor is realistically non-existent. Oh god, she was stuffed. Her limbs twisted to roll her into a human ball inside the hollow trunk of the tree, with her stark white face peering through a hole in the bark. Eyes were open wide and staring forward. Oh, God. Making her look like some kind of pale, nightmarish owl. Her mouth was wide open, filled with like dry grass and twigs, almost like a bird's nest. One of her hands was sticking out of the tree, the arm likely broken in order to accomplish such a position. Her hand was tilted, palm pointed upwards, and a cell phone was sitting in the center, flashing its 10% battery warning. Well, that and 2 missed calls from me. My name was on the screen, Evelyn, followed by an alien emoji, which it was perfectly appropriate. There's not a single damn person on Earth who could convince me she wasn't positioned that way on purpose. We weren't even friends anymore, but shit, man, I really failed her one last time. At least I'm consistent, I suppose. Daniel and I knew we couldn't stay there. Not only was it a fucking nightmare to behold, but the smell from the blood and bodies on the ground was making both of our stomachs churn. There's a smell you don't really forget, I don't think. It's been a full day, and I still recall it in vivid sensory detail. So we turned back to leave, completely silent. We had nothing to say to one another, nothing comforting, and no energy even to talk about our fears. We were halfway back to the radio tower when Dan finally spoke up. You know, he started, I wanted this job because I thought it might be right up my alley. I thought I'd be good at it and maybe make some people laugh and smile a bit, but so far, it's only been horrifying. Now, while I know that hiring Dan had been one of my responsibilities, I still felt a twinge of guilt. He meant well, and his heart had always been in the right place, but he was suffering for it. He had the chance to leave, but chose to come back regardless. Sometimes I wondered if this bizarre, messed up situation was the only exciting thing he had to look forward to. At least until actual death entered the picture. Now he was in too deep. We both were. "Hey, Dan," I asked him, shining the light on my own face. "Yeah?" "Your mom invited me to a wedding in June. Do you mind if I go with?" He laughed. It was the first time I had heard him laugh like that. Well, ever. That didn't say much, considering we had known one another for less than a week. But time seems to drag out after you've seen some freaky shit with someone. "Matching tuxedos?" he offered. I nodded decisively, with plaid bow ties. The rest of the walk was quiet. We got back to the radio tower after midnight, the late-night music block beginning on its automatic run just as we had planned. I took the opportunity to take the evening slow. No need to rush back to the console or even to that old, lumpy mattress where I slept. Daniel was leaving, as I expected and wanted him to, but I made an extra effort to stand out in the gravel driveway and tell him goodbye. I could have been emotional about the whole thing, like thanking him for saving my life in the fog or for insisting on going with me to find Jennifer. Instead, I just told him to drive safely and to show up in one piece on Monday. 2 pieces at most, so long as it's a small loss. He just pointed to one of his ears and said, "I already made my blood sacrifice." I spent a long time that night just sitting cross-legged in my chair and looking out the window. I had headphones on, listening to music. I almost wanted to turn on my microphone just to ask who was out there listening with me, but I'd be too disappointed if nobody called in with an answer. This is Evelyn at 104.6 FM, and I have some advice. Don't treat your friends like shit. I'll start this off in the most direct way possible. I'm not who you think I am. I work at the radio station perched in the air looking out over a forest-covered mountain range, and it's an absolutely bizarre place. I've seen animals with human features, some eldritch abomination living in a fog bank, and I even went partially deaf due to a phone call. On top of all that, my coworker, Evelyn McKinnon, just became a murder suspect. She didn't do it. There's no way she could have done it, and I think everyone in this tiny, superstitious town knows that. I may not have been here long, but I've been here long enough to know that when something strange happens, people know when to turn their heads and ignore it. The death of a well-respected couple and a promising college graduate gets people just a little bit riled up, however. If you've read her posts, you probably already know who I am. My name's Daniel Esperanza. I'm a part-timer at the radio station, and right now I'm taking over Evelyn's full-time position until she gets back from a drive into town. She's not arrested, at least I don't think she's arrested. The police came by to ask a few things, which is understandable considering how our tower is less than a half mile from the scene. Some things happened, and they took her into town. I haven't heard from her since. I'm sure you're all wondering a couple of things. First, how did I log into her account? And also, why would I ever choose to work at this backwoods piece of garbage on stilts? The second is a story for another time, but the first one is simple. I called in an anonymous tip to the police last night after I left. It was Evelyn's idea, seeing as there's no way they wouldn't be able to trace the radio tower and I'd have an easier time finding a public phone than she would, but after the police promised to stop by the woods and confirm what we had found, I stopped in to see that Evelyn had packed up her laptop and was giving it to me for safekeeping, she'd said. She told me that this online document she's been keeping wasn't supposed to be found.
It was a good idea to get it far away from her just in case they had any questions. So I have her laptop. She was still logged in, and, well, I guess I've got a story worth telling too. It was early, about 7 o'clock in the morning, when I called in the anonymous tip and then rushed back up to the radio station to warn Evelyn that there might be visitors. The drive there is daunting. This town sits nestled so tightly between a range of mountains on all sides that you'd swear it was donut-shaped, with the townspeople all stuffed into the center. It's a winding, swirling, hazardous path to get out of here, which is why people rarely come and no one ever seems to go. As I followed the path to the edge of the woods, the ground becoming steeper as I went, there's a natural feeling of heaviness that just sits on top of you as you look up into the trees. The way the mountains raise, it looks like the trees grow miles high, but it's just an illusion created by the thickness of the forest. It's suffocating, and really, no wonder why people seem to get so lost so often. Like, looking up at a giant sitting at the bottom of the mountains can make even the strongest human feel small, puny, and insignificant. Thankfully, I'm nowhere near the strongest human, so feeling insignificant is less of a steep drop for me. I understand this isn't the time for self-deprecating jokes, though. Evelyn wasn't on edge when I arrived at the station, though she was surprised to see me. I found her where she usually is, sitting in the chair behind the console staring off into space. I don't think she goes into the details too much, but anyone who believes she spends her days buzzing around and keeping busy is a bit mistaken. In the week that I've known her, Evelyn spends an almost worrying amount of time in silence, looking tired and even sick. Every day she looks more and more like the poster child for anemia, and when she's not screaming at a bird or answering creepy phone calls, she spends the rest of her day seeming miserable, with a few short intervals of pretending to laugh at my jokes. I know she's faking it as to not disappoint me. I just want to tell her that she doesn't have to try so hard. I told her that I called in the tip, and she already seemed prepared. She gave me her laptop and charger all packed up in a case and told me to put it in my car. It was then I was noticing the edge I hadn't seen before. She was expressing her anxiety in silence, eyes avoiding mine and her arms staying close to her sides or crossed over her chest whenever possible. I studied theater. Trust me, I know the telltale signs of someone who isn't feeling very confident. It'll be fine, I assured her, even though I had no idea what we were in for. We didn't do anything. Maybe they won't even bother us. As it turns out, I was wrong about that. I left the radio tower, heading back to the tiny gravel parking lot that ended a long, twisting path through the woods. I took the laptop case to my car, where I hid it on the floor of the back seat, underneath a few bags of plastic bottles I kept forgetting to recycle. It was a good thing I did it then, because the glow of headlights at the end of the long, winding gravel road were coming closer. A police car and an ambulance drove right up near my car in the small, cramped space just big enough for employees. "You work here?" one of the officers asked me. He was a tall, broad-shouldered guy who looked like he could possibly pick me up and toss me into the woods like a tree branch. Yes, sir," I answered without hesitation. It didn't matter that Evelyn and I were innocent. Acting suspicious in any way wasn't a good idea, and it didn't help that we were already hiding her written evidence. "I was just stopping by for a few minutes. Can we help you?" "Who's we?" asked the second one, a female officer. What she lacked in size, she made up for in the most stern, thin-lipped expression I had ever seen. Now, I'm almost 30 years old, and I still felt like I was about to get grounded just looking at her. Myself and my coworker, Evelyn McKinnon." "Thought I recognized your voice." The female officer was the first to step forward, while the other followed right behind her. My eyes trailed off to see two remaining police officers, as well as their leashed canine and two medical responders, passing us to go straight into the woods with all the tools to mark off a crime scene. "As part of an ongoing investigation, we're going to have to ask a few questions to the both of you, as well as to ask that you don't go wandering into the woods today. Is that all right?" "It's fine. It's going to be fine," I was thinking to myself. We had nothing to worry about. We weren't criminals. Still, being face to face with authority, especially when they were just itching to put someone behind bars for a triple homicide, was not the most comforting place to be. "Of course, come right up." I led the police into the radio station, where Evelyn was sitting with her headphones over her ears and fingers adjusting the console controls after her first morning announcement of the day. She didn't even hear the door open, and I hated to startle her. When saying her name didn't catch her attention, I reluctantly reached down a hand and nudged her shoulder. That was certainly enough to get her eyes on me at least, though she jumped so suddenly that I thought she'd lose her headphones in the process. "Don't do the—" She stopped speaking. Words halted in their tracks as her eyes glanced from me to the two officers standing by the door. It wasn't as if she didn't expect their company, but she still looked uncomfortable when all four eyes locked on her. Microphones were silenced, the radio was set to automatically run for the next half hour, and the police got to questioning the both of us. It started pretty normal, pretty unassuming, and easy to answer. "Did anyone stop by the station in the last 2 days?" "Did you happen to see anyone suspicious outside?" "Have either of you had any contact with missing individuals?" Luckily, the answer to all three of those was no. I admit I was further out of the loop than Evelyn was. She spent all of her time here and had known Jennifer Cook for years, whereas I had never even visited this town before hearing about the job offering. They seemed to pay far more attention to her than they did to me. There was a moment when one of the police pointed out a dark bluish mark peeking out from the edge of Evelyn's neckline. She put a hand to her chest as if she'd forgotten about it until the pain came flooding back, the moment her palm touched the spot. All it took was a pull of the fabric to reveal just a small portion of the huge, elongated bruise that stretched across her upper ribs and breastbone. "Where'd you get that?" the male officer asked. I could tell Evelyn was taking a moment to think, realizing that the story of how she had gotten the bruises was pretty far-fetched. Things were weird around here, but maybe not weird enough to openly admit that sentient vines had tossed her and pinned her against the fire escape. "I was out on the fire escape and fell," she admitted, but refused to elaborate any of the stranger details. "When I rolled down the stairs, I hit myself hard on one of the handrails." They didn't press further, but it didn't mean they weren't still keeping those details in their minds. It was uncomfortable, watching how intently they glared, taking in every small detail. I knew it was just part of their job, but it felt almost unnecessarily intimidating. Minutes passed, then a half hour, then an hour, and the only time the police weren't asking questions was when Evelyn and I tended to our work to keep the radio running. They were almost too attentive when it came to making sure everything was going smoothly with the broadcast, but then again, they did live in the town below. There was no way any of the bizarre stuff that happened around this building didn't get their attention. Maybe they even knew more than we did about this old radio tower. I think I was the first to see movement in the woods. My breath hitched in a small gasp, and I think the police heard me because moments later, they were swiftly marching to the windows to see their fellow officers emerging from the forest. The medical team carried back 2 cloth stretchers covered in white sheets. 2. Only 2. We were told to stay in the broadcast room until the police returned, and we watched nervously as they exchanged words below us. Silence through the glass. Evelyn said nothing, but she looked alarmed as the men and women below took turns making glances up to our location. Something was wrong here. Evelyn paced back and forth until the police came back upstairs, one of them holding a familiar object. Jennifer's cell phone. Well, shit. With a gloved-clad hand, the female officer held up the device, which was supporting a dangerously low battery and 2 missed calls from the night before. The phone should have been dead, I thought, yet somehow it was kept alive through the entire night. Just long enough to reveal its secrets. My coworker's face was washed out, paler than ever, when she realized that her name was flashing on the screen. However, what they said next was perhaps even more chilling than all of the facts laid out in front of us. "Miss McKinnon, it appears you and Jennifer Cook were in contact. Any clues to her whereabouts you're not telling us?" My heart sank, and I know hers did too. She looked at the 2 figures in front of us, then at me, her mouth slightly agape with the beginnings of a question that just wouldn't come out. Her whereabouts? Jennifer had been out there. She was cold and dead in the trunk of a tree, and if they found her phone and the other 2 people, how the hell did they not see her? The only answer I could possibly think of was that she wasn't there anymore. But if that was true, or who or what had pulled her out of the tree, I know her. Evelyn's lips trembled. I'd never seen her look this close to tears. In fact, I didn't even know she ever cried. Ever since Jennifer was announced missing, Evelyn had made an effort not to talk about their former friendship. It was easy for me to forget that she probably was grieving behind that mask of indifference. I was just thinking about her and thought I'd try, but she didn't pick up when I tried to call. We haven't talked in over a month. I promise, I don't know anything. This time, she wasn't lying at all. This new development put us far into the dark as we could possibly get, making me question everything I had seen the night before. There was no way we both dreamed that up, was there? No, not when the rest of the scene fell into place. The other 2 bodies had been collected, but Jennifer had been taken while the others were left behind. I couldn't even begin to think of a reason why. God, I can't believe I even let it cross my mind, but for a split second, I had the chilling thought that maybe Jennifer had gotten herself out of the tree. There was a lot of weird shit out there in the woods, and I was not ready to start worrying about the Walking Dead, too. Evelyn's answer was honest, but it wasn't good enough for them. Deciding that this wrong place, wrong time situation wasn't satisfactory, Evelyn was given a beckoning gesture of the hand from the female officer, whose other hand hovered close to her side. It wasn't where her gun was placed, but rather the handcuffs. She must have noticed that Evelyn looked down at them because she moved her hand away almost on cue.
We have more questions, but we'd like to wait until we get to the station to have a real talk. If you...
If I don't argue, you won't cuff me? Evelyn finished her thought while peeking out from the hair hanging in her face. The policewoman gazed at her and then silently nodded her head. My coworker never did have the most expressive face. She often looked weary or annoyed, sometimes a bit of both. But this time, she looked towards me with a heavy frown and eyes that could only be described as soulful. I could tell she was scared, but not with the type of fear we faced before now. Faced with impossible things. It was very realistic dread with no disbelief. And it was the saddest thing I'd ever seen. Follow the rules, okay? That was the last thing I read from Evelyn's lips before she was escorted for questioning. It's been so long now that I can't help but feel something went wrong and maybe she's not coming back before the day is done. I want to leave. I want to go find out what happened to Evelyn, but unfortunately I can't do that. I have to make sure the broadcast never goes silent. This is Daniel at 104.6 FM, and I might be your host for just a little while longer. Snooping through someone's computer is a quick way to make an enemy out of a friend, but I somehow justified my decision. Out of all the confusing and traumatic things Evelyn and I have witnessed, my invasion into her posts wasn't quite as bad as, well, murder, was it? First, I think you all need to know. It's been a couple days now and I haven't heard from my coworker at all. It's almost like she's dropped off the face of the earth. I've been handling this radio station on my own, and things haven't been as weird as they usually are. There's no crying from the sink, no freaky-looking bird outside the window, no fog. However, I was still uneasy, as the police were almost always present on their search in the woods, looking for that girl's body. The fact that they couldn't find it, even in the light of day, gave me this sinking feeling that Jennifer was out there somewhere, moved or hidden, maybe devoured. Who knows? I saw the same officer from the day they dragged the 2 bodies out of the woods, taking Evelyn with them. She looked just as stern and just as unfriendly as before, but at least she allowed me to ask her a question. I simply asked her when and if she expected Evelyn to be done doing her part in this case. I hope my role as the concerned trainee would convince her to give me an estimate on when I might see her again, especially after I pressed that I was having some difficulties adjusting to a sudden full-time position. Guilt-tripping a cop isn't something I would advise.
Can't be sure of that, she said matter-of-factly. Depends on how well she cooperates. We can't question her yet, though. Had to let her go in for medical treatment first.
She refused to elaborate any further. I shouldn't have been surprised, but I was. Evelyn didn't look her healthiest, but I somehow doubted she would have agreed to a hospital stay in the middle of this mess. No, I feel that there's something else going on. That, coupled with all of the unexplainable things we've seen and my curiosity for what she'd witnessed on the days I was gone, prompted me to look around her computer whenever I had some free time. Now, I don't know, she was hiding things from me, more than a few things, really. Her thoughts seemed scattered, documents filled with revisions and half-written bits of her daily experiences, but it still looks like she's avoiding the follow-through on so many thoughts. It was cloudy in the early afternoon as I ate lunch, throwing away half of what was in the fridge that Evelyn hadn't touched and committed to reading all of her prior posts. That stone, the crying woman on the phone, that thing in the fog. I almost can't believe how much she was hiding from me, and yet I have this feeling that too much of this is personal. I should have stopped there, but I didn't. I'm ashamed to admit that my curiosity got the better of me, and I looked at her internet history. It was a lot of this website and her posts. I mean, it seems as if she dedicates most of her time to writing, but there are a couple of other things. Facebook page, notably. The rest looked like the product of boredom. Clickbait articles, dumb quizzes, Google search for mountain birds. I told myself I'd visit the Facebook page for just long enough to check my own, not expecting hers to still be open. Apparently she hadn't logged herself out at all, because the moment the page finally loaded after a long lapse of inactivity, there were unchecked notifications on the screen. There were so many that it seemed like Evelyn hadn't read through them in weeks, and she posted even less. Much of the content on her profile belonged to other people. Some relative of hers, maybe a great aunt, asked, "How you been?" which she never responded to. A young woman had tagged her in a post with several others, calling for a group hangout sometime, which she didn't react to, and then there was a library of tagged photos other people had taken. I admit that I smiled at first looking through them. They must have been from last summer because Evelyn's hair was shorter, and she had a sunburn across her nose mixing in with some major sun-induced freckling. There were pictures from a college graduation ceremony featuring her with all of her friends and professors. She was smiling widely, grinning with all her teeth, looking bright. The last graduation photo was of her and a familiar woman making faces at the camera. It was Jennifer. As I continued looking through, I saw Jennifer a lot more often, mostly on photos she had taken. "Lynn and I went hiking today. Moving day with Linny. Evelyn and Jenny, couch lifting champions." Then there was a dark and blurry photo. It was the first of many. Someone had posted an album tagging Evelyn and at least 15 other people, but it was full of pictures from the woods. My smile started to disappear. Seeing that forest and the flurry of blurred-faced strangers, most of them drunk or in clouds of smoke, made the photos seem ghostly. Then I saw her again. Evelyn was in the background of a few photos, sometimes so small that I had to pay an awful lot of attention to see her. She was smiling in one or two, talking in another, and then one photo in particular chilled me right to my very core. Evelyn was at the edge of a group, as if pulled into a photo while passing by, but my coworker was pale, eyes wide and glowing from the reflection of the camera flash, and her face was stuck in a grim look of terror. It was clear something had happened. She'd seen something she didn't want to see. I couldn't get away from the photo any faster, and so I skipped forward again and again. She was in almost every picture, holding a cup in her hand each time, and I watched the progression from that scared, tired look to near unconscious as two friends were holding her up in the background. Either she was drugged, completely wasted, or both. And then her and Jennifer both disappeared from the remaining photos, leaving no trace behind. I regret lingering so long on the photos because my online status, or rather Evelyn's online status, had caught someone's attention. I saw the blip of an instant message, and the chat automatically popped up at the corner of the screen. Reading her messages was the ultimate betrayal of any kind of privacy, but I couldn't refuse just a small peek. Evelyn, if you're reading this from some time from now, I hope you don't kill me for this. I scrolled through. It was a person I hadn't seen, though Jennifer was one of two faces in his profile photo. Didn't matter, as he made his purpose as the go-between very clear through a flood of at least 20 unanswered messages over the course of a month. His name was Elijah. April 2nd. Hey Lenny, can we talk? April 5th. Where are you staying? Are you getting help? April 18th. Jen has been asking about you a lot. She really wishes you'd unblock her. April 23rd. Evelyn, please. And just now. Lynn? Hello? As I scrolled upwards, I found the messages that started it all. It was on the 1st of the month. April Fool's Day. Hey, Evelyn, Jen told me what happened. I hope you get well soon, but please take it easy from now on. She can't babysit you just to make sure you don't drown in the bathtub. You know, if you need some help, they've got anonymous programs for that, right? You should look into it. Jen cares about you, but she preferred you when you were sober. Another red bubble. There were more messages waiting below. I was hesitant, but still curious as I scrolled downward, finding that Elijah had left a handful of short, aggressive messages just a second ago. Answer me. Where's my girlfriend? You know, don't you? Evelyn, I know you're reading this. He was typing again, and seconds later another message appeared. They all die on that mountain. Every single one. I closed down the browser and slammed the laptop shut as quickly as I possibly could. His words struck me instantly with the sudden fear that if I'd stayed on that page, I would have seen and read far more than I wanted to. They all die, he had said. Who is they? The people who worked here before? Hikers? Climbers? I'm still not sure if his words were a threat or a concern. I'm no detective, but I'm worried that nothing here is coincidental. I know my coworker will read this, and I'm sorry to her in advance, but I just can't pretend that all of this doesn't fit together somehow. Evelyn, if you're reading this, I hope you can remember what you saw that night in the woods. I was going to post this earlier, stopping where I did above, but I'm glad I chose not to. It's evening now as I put this down, and something has happened outside the radio station. I'm realizing the full weight of working around the clock. There's boredom, especially being alone, and a tension that has been putting me on edge. I was fitted for a hearing aid, which I received just a day or two earlier, and somehow, being able to hear decently from both ears again made the silence even more daunting. That, and I've noticed a faint sting in that ear ever since I came back to the station. I gave the evening news and prepared for another 30-minute block of music, with time to spare and no real interest in trying to hear any muffled bits of music through the headphone. I paced around the room, took a few moments to just peer out the window. In the purple glow from the sunset, I saw something that caught my attention. There was a man out there, standing upright, but swaying slowly side to side. Now, I would have been suspicious that this was something unnatural, considering how many times the woods had messed with both of our minds, but I recognized him. He worked for a service that brought groceries to the station twice a week. He was facing away from me, staring off into the woods. I watched him intently, hoping he didn't take another step. Those last words Jennifer's boyfriend had sent to Evelyn's messenger rang in my head again. They all die on that mountain. Every single one. In hindsight, I did the stupidest thing I ever could have done. I went out there. The thing is, I knew it was a bad idea, but 3 people had died in the woods in a matter of days, maybe even hours. I didn't want to witness one more person getting lost and being pulled out in a body bag. I abandoned the broadcast room, running down that long, winding staircase down to the exit. It was almost impossible to see it, but a very dim shimmer from the outdoor light led me there. When I whipped open the door and ran outside to tell the man to come back, I saw only one of his feet had stepped into the darkness between the trees, already pushing his way through the brush. It was a bit foolish, but I wouldn't say I'm stupid. I didn't follow him into the woods. I yelled at him to come back, but he didn't even seem to register what I had said, or that I was there. Instead, my eyes dropped to the ground where I saw he had dropped a cardboard box. Why would he make a delivery this late at night? As I stood up to pick it up, I heard the crunch of branches and the rustle of leaves. I thought it was him, turning back around, realizing maybe his mistake. It wasn't the grocery guy. It was something so much fucking worse. I saw Jennifer walking out of the woods, making a path towards me. Only I'm not sure walking was the right word. Her neck was broken, her back was twisted, and her legs were snapped in directions that made my skin crawl, just hearing the sounds her bones made as she moved. One arm was twisted backwards at the shoulder, wrist dangling so loosely I thought it might fall right off. She shambled towards me, putting weight on whatever parts of her legs would support her, but she looked like a dirt-covered marionette being operated by a puppeteer that had no idea what they were doing. There were twigs, dead leaves, and bits of long grass sticking out of her hair and stuffed into her open mouth. The sound she made was completely unnatural, like breathless gasping mixed with these low, guttural noises. I couldn't even tell if she was looking at me. Her eyes were milky white, and her head rolled back and forth loosely on her snapped neck. Without even thinking, I abandoned the box on the ground. Whatever was in there didn't mean a goddamn thing anymore. I ran back to the bottom of the tower, practically throwing myself back into the building before slamming the door behind me and locking it as fast as I could. I peered out the window. It was a mistake. Jennifer was inches away from the door. Her head snapped back to the front so that her face was right there in front of me. I don't know how she got there so quickly, and I honestly don't give a fuck. In that moment, all I wanted was to get as far away as I could. I ran up the staircase, pure fear and adrenaline pushing me to the top without so much as a second to pause. I didn't care about the grocery guy anymore. Just being locked in the broadcast room was all I wanted, that and the comforting sunlight. It was still so many hours from the morning. I locked myself in, getting as far away from the door as I could, avoiding the window for fear that I'd see her shambling up the fire escape. Her face, I can't get her face out of my head. It's almost midnight as I write this. I just got a call on my cell phone, and I have never been so relieved to hear someone else's voice. When I picked it up, I would have been happy for anyone to answer me, just another living, breathing human being to talk to. Daniel, are you there? My heart skipped a beat. It was Evelyn. She sounded tired, but it was her voice, without a single doubt. Where are you? I asked her, skipping all pleasantries. I think she heard the panic when I spoke. Please tell me you're not in jail. They didn't arrest me. I think they wanted to find a reason to, but I'm coming back. I'll be there before 6. That's all I can promise. I'll catch up to speed when I see you. She must have heard me let out the biggest sigh of breath because her next words sounded concerned. Dan, what's wrong? I'm fine. I'm fine. It was a lie, but my nerves weren't ready to have that discussion. Just be careful. Get here safe. I will, she agreed softly, but I could tell she didn't call just to let me know she was alive and returning. There's a storm coming tomorrow. A really, really shitty one. High winds, lightning, power outages, maybe. She didn't need to explain why that was a reason to worry. There was impossible pressure keeping control of this place, and still I didn't even know why this radio station was the center of every weird thing happening in these mountains. All of a sudden, I had a feeling that I hadn't really noticed until just now. I realized just how much this job and this place had changed my life. Evelyn? Yeah? I spared a glance at the window, relieved but surprised that Jennifer wasn't there. However, I did see a small, unnerving sight. Twigs, long grass, and bits of dead leaves and hair littered at the top of the stairwell, making a path down the steps. How long was she standing there before she disappeared? As soon as we get a couple more part-timers, we're taking a vacation. This is Daniel with 104.6 FM, and I've never been so eager for an early morning in my life. I have so much news to tell, and yet I don't really know where to start. But first, let me clarify. This is Evelyn. I returned to the radio station at about 5:45 in the morning. Was it 1 day ago, 2 days ago? I'll be honest, sometimes I'm not even sure how long I'm here or what day of the week it is anymore. I screamed at Dan for a while and locked him in the bathroom for about 15 minutes before I realized that he was sincerely just trying to be helpful and make sense out of the whole thing. I still wish he had stayed off my social media, though. Now I'm adding putting a 30-year-old man in timeout onto my list of activities I never thought I'd be doing at the workplace. But while I was gone, I saw,
heard, and experienced so much that I have to just sit down and tell you everything from start to finish. The storm is on its way, and the lights have flickered a few times already due to the winds. I'm typing this as quickly as I can because, well, I'll be honest, I don't know what will happen after I submit this. When the police picked me up from the radio station, they didn't really give the impression that they were questioning me as a suspect of Jennifer's murder. I was never put in handcuffs, I was never put in a cell, but they didn't want me out of their sights until we had a good, long conversation. However, as soon as we arrived, I was inspected a bit too carefully, as a woman in gloves waved a little flashlight in front of my eyes and told me to strip down to my tank top so that they could inspect my arms. I immediately had my suspicions. Did they think I was shooting up at the radio station? High out of my mind? Like, it lasted far too long, and I had to go through a seemingly unnecessary amount of searches and swabs before I was finally able to sit down, all of my items confiscated except for my clothes. When one of the investigators came by to question me in a private room there at the police station, I voiced my concerns. "Listen, I'm not a junkie," I told him, perhaps a bit too aggressively. "I thought we were here to talk about my friend." "We are." He sat down at the other end of the table. In contrast to my bitterness, he seemed far more concerned than he was watchful or judgmental of me. "But due to your exposure, we're gonna have to get your permission for a full medical exam before we do any of that." "What exposure?" He seemed hesitant to explain, but I had a feeling that he couldn't just keep it from me. "At the radio station? If there's something dangerous in the air out there, I deserve to know what I'm getting around." The detective shook his head. "Nothing like that. I'm not talking about radiation or a gas leak." He folded his hands on the table as he continued. "We see a lot of people coming down with illnesses or sustaining injuries outside of the town, and while we can't explain it, we've learned to be very thorough when it comes to making sure anyone who spends a considerable amount of time in the woods is safe." I had only just gotten there, and already I felt confused. I felt as if so much was hidden from me, so much that I wanted to know, but wasn't being allowed to understand. The detective didn't say any more, but instead he slid a piece of paper across the table. "We need your permission for a full medical examination and an overnight stay. After we're sure you're in decent shape, tomorrow we'll talk about your friend." What was I supposed to do? Refuse? I found it all very strange, but I admit that I was curious how all of this fit together with the goings-on at the radio station. It was all seeming like some kind of inside job, or perhaps some knowledge that I hadn't been awarded that everyone else knew about. I allowed them to do the medical exam, taking samples of my blood and basically everything else they could get their hands on. I was questioned a lot about the bruising on my chest, but when they had been assured it was from an honest injury and not some disorder in the blood, I was permitted to get a night's rest before being picked up first thing in the morning. I saw the same investigator, a middle-aged man with dark skin. He had a low voice that sounded nice, but I still couldn't shake this feeling that he wasn't any kind of friend to me. I picked at the glue exposed on the frayed edge of my paper hospital bracelet in an attempt to get it off cleanly, but the residue just collected under my fingernails. Evelyn Faye McKinnon. He wasn't asking, but clarifying. He rifled through a stack of papers and I found myself growing impatient. "You were arrested twice in the last 12 months. DUIs both times. You and your former roommate, I corrected. You and your former roommate, Jennifer Cook, were fined one time for a domestic disturbance." We had a purely verbal argument. I had just gotten out of the hospital and she started lecturing about my point is. The detective spoke with such a piercing tone that I shut my mouth immediately, letting him talk. "We had your fingerprints and we matched them to a set of prints on Jennifer Cook's cell phone, which we found a half-mile from your workplace next to a tree, filled with blood." I squinted my eyes. Filled was a word I hadn't thought to hear, not unless tree sap was the subject of the conversation. At that point, I think he could sense the question I was about to ask. What do you mean filled with blood?" "I mean, the tree was oozing several quarts of blood right from a hole in the center of the trunk, and Jennifer's cell phone, the one with both her and your fingerprints, was found at the base of it." He gave me an icy stare, and I was waiting for a question. I was waiting to somehow be blamed. I didn't have anything to do with... Again, he didn't let me finish, but his words both comforted and confused me. Nobody thinks you were the one to hurt her, he said. But we need to know what you saw in there. Anybody, anything you might have witnessed. We received an anonymous tip saying there were 3 bodies in the forest, and clearly 3 bodies were not recovered. It's very, very important that we find her and that we find it soon. The urgency in his tone was somewhat shocking to me. I imagined Jennifer's family would want her remains, but the way he looked at me was almost desperate, as if finding her body was more important than just for the sake of her loved ones. She was in the tree, I explained, though I knew how insane it would sound. Stuffed in the center of it. I don't really even know how she fit, but her face and one arm were sticking out of it. She was dead, her mouth was stuffed with a bird's nest, and that's where she was when we turned around and left. He nodded slowly, and I knew that none of that would help them actually find her. It wasn't as if they hadn't checked the entire area probably 10 times over by now. Anything else? He asked with raised eyebrows. Anyone, anything strange out there? I found myself hesitating. What kind of strange was he asking about? I mean, I had weird stories and sightings. Oh, man, I had plenty. But at what point would it become too crazy to talk about? No one else. I mean, I saw some weird mutated elk, though. It had 3 back legs. It was really fucked up looking. Weird eyes, too. The other 2 bodies, they were on the ground and up in the tree in pieces, but that was all. Pieces, the investigator asked. I gave him a quizzical look, wondering how he hadn't known the other 2 people had been split in half. That was a detail that wasn't overlooked so easily. Yeah, the man and the woman, they were both cut in half at the middle. The man's legs and... Oh, God. And the woman's top half were stuck... Oh, God. They were stuck in the tree as if they'd been tossed in there. It sounds stupid, but that's exactly what it looked like. He was flipping through his papers again, pulling out photographs and files. I saw only a glimpse, but I recognized the forest floor, the grass covered in blood, and the colors of the torn fabrics one of the bodies wore. With a sigh, he pulled out one photograph in particular and slid it in front of me on the table. It was the scene, obviously, but the photo had been taken far enough away to show the entirety of the area's surroundings. I grimaced as I saw the faraway shapes of the 2 dead individuals in the bloodstained tree, now empty where Jennifer would have been. However, I was surprised to see that the limbs of the other tree were completely and utterly bare. There was no sign that the man's legs nor the woman's head had ever been there. They were there. I saw the woman's body and her face and what she looked like. As I rattled on, the detective stood from his seat and fished a cell phone out from his pants pocket, dialing a number quickly and turning away from me. He spoke in a hushed voice, but I could still hear him. It sounded urgent. It wasn't just her. There are 3 of them now, he said, his free hand rubbing at his forehead with his eyes squinting shut in his stress. They were obviously moved, but if we can't find her, the others must have already left also. If that's the case, it's too late. They're a part of it. He hung up the phone, and I watched him return to his seat. So many questions tumbling over one another in my head. What's going on? I asked him, annoyed. A part of what? Why are you asking me about fucking animals? I thought we were looking for Jennifer. It's all important, but you don't need to worry, he told me sternly. If it's important, I should know. I work out there. I'm the one giving you all that I know. And what the hell was that with medical exam? What are we in danger of? What exactly are we in danger of that no one is telling us about? I watched the investigator lean back in his chair, his expression as calm and cold as it was before. He waited for my outburst to end, but the look in his eyes had a sharpness to it that spoke of some reluctance, as if I were asking too much for him. But when I didn't choose to leave, he had no choice but to lean forward and speak. People go missing. Several, sometimes dozens, a year on that mountain. Sometimes their bodies were found, sometimes they weren't, but they never return as themselves. And it's not just the people. We hire rangers to collect any dead animals they find and get them out of the woods, but far too often, those rangers don't come back either. I was silent for a long moment, processing his words. None of it was making sense yet. What happens to them then? I asked an obvious question. We can't explain it, he continued in a hoarse whisper, but sometimes people have said strange things. They've gone for a walk in the woods and said that they saw a rabbit with one human ear, or maybe a bush with fingers growing out of place of a few branches. One time, an old woman nearly scared her son to death because she tried to coax a deer out of the forest, saying it had her husband's eyes. Her husband had died collapsing on a woodland trail 1 month earlier, and she said that she said that he had fused with a deer. I felt sick thinking of those human eyes. I didn't need to make it up for my imagination at all. That bird, that damn bird. I started to wonder whose eyes those were after all. The detective continued. We don't know what's around in the air around here, but they're making people see this kind of shit. All we know is that when the fog season comes around, more people go missing and more weird things start to appear. It's all around that spot, too. Your radio station. Maybe there's some magnetic disturbance, maybe there's something under the ground. We don't know. He leaned closer across the table, and I didn't even try to say a word. I just stared, exhaling through my lips as he continued looking me straight in the eyes with a look that was dire. One thing we do know, though, in the last 5 years, we've hired 27 different people to speak over that radio. You and Mr. Esperanza? You're 28 and 29. I know the cliche of a heart dropping is overdone and insensible, but I felt it then. My heart wasn't in my chest anymore. It had sunk so low that I felt every bit of confidence and safety in my body disappear all at once. One thing was bothering me, though. One little thing that had been in my head for a while now that I was just piecing together. We've hired? He didn't avoid the question, but he took a good, long moment to answer. Finally, he shook his head, sinking back down in his chair across from me. The broadcast tower is a lot more than just a radio station. You know that by now. People around here feel safer when they think they just have the music, and that's what we're trying to do. Keep everyone calm until we know how to get rid of this problem forever. It was making more sense to me now why the station was so high off the ground and why it had to be on air at all times. Whatever signal we sent out wasn't there just for people to enjoy. The music was just a mask, covering something that served a more defensive purpose. It was a watchtower. The broadcast station was never for entertainment, but for protection. What would happen if the broadcast stopped for good? I asked, with a small hint of fear in my voice. I didn't like to think about it, but I needed to know. The man across from me shrugged his shoulders with a heavy sigh. We don't know, but we never want to find out. The fog has stretched all across the town before, and we think that potentially it could keep going as far as we let it. And whatever is in that fog has been stealing people away. That married couple that went missing the last time it crept into town, well, you saw firsthand what happened to them. And now, when the fog rolls around next time, we may be seeing them again. He stood up from his seat, walking around the table and giving me a heavy pat on the shoulder as I sat there. Brain gone to mush. You'd better get back to your station, number 28. That morning, I took a cab back to the radio station before the sun came up, but before I did, I made one brief stop along the way. In the early hours of dawn, I walked to Jennifer's house, the same one she had kicked me out of and the same one where her boyfriend Elijah now lived on his own. I didn't knock or ring the doorbell, but I did slip a small piece of paper under the door. It was the only printed photo I had of Jennifer, carried around in my wallet next to a photo of my parents. And now it was his. Daniel filled me in when I arrived back to the tower, and after I had a bit of a fit, which may have been a lot of a fit, I tried to fill him in on what I had learned as well. It was a lot to relay and a lot for him to understand, but I felt better knowing that he wasn't any more in the dark than I was. So, the people that hired us, not really a network. I finished the idea for him. It's some like agency or town government. I don't know. That's why our signal only reaches so far. There's really no reason for it to expand. Daniel looked overwhelmed, and I didn't blame him. I mean, hell, I wasn't feeling so great about all of this either. I went from being stressed about some weird shit to suddenly knowing that a lot of people could get hurt if we failed at our jobs. When I told Daniel about all of the former employees who had gone missing, he was visibly shaken. What happens to them? His voice was weak. Do they die? Do they quit? I don't think they quit, Dan. We shared a silent moment between us. We didn't say it, but we were both thinking the same thing. How long would we last? And if we didn't survive, which one of us would be the first to go? A rumble of thunder interrupted any other conversations that may have happened next. Both of us snapped our attention to the window where the heavy clouds were rolling in across the sky and the trees furthest in our view had started to sway back and forth from the winds. A flash of lightning cracked through the dim light and was followed by another deep bellow from the sky. The same low, roaring groan that sounded like an angry god. Evelyn, this place has a generator, doesn't it? He asked as the lights flickered for the first time. The radio skipped to static for a split second as another deep rumble resonated from the mountain. Yeah. Where is it? I frowned, giving him an almost apologetic look. Outside? This is number 28. From the 104.6 emergency outpost, a fog advisory is in effect. Stay calm, stay safe, stay indoors. The forest was alive. Even before the fog came, we could see it moving and wriggling with electric energy as the thunder roared overhead and lightning cracked at the top of the mountain. I'll admit for a moment, I actually wondered if a forest fire would be preferable. Obviously, death hadn't been enough to keep Jennifer and countless others from coming back in some form, and so I later decided that setting every strange abomination on fire would only create more dangers for us. Look, I won't beat around the bush. We were scared. We knew enough and had seen enough to know that we wouldn't be safe. As the rain poured down and the cables and lines swayed from side to side off the tower, Daniel and I were not only afraid for our own safety, but for everyone else's. This broadcast tower was keeping the town alive. We were keeping the town alive. An alcoholic and a failed theater actor? Who knew? The lights flickered again, prompting the broadcast to turn to static and skip as I scrambled behind the desk to get the sound going again. For mere seconds, the waves would go silent and then spring to life again just as a rumble would vibrate underneath the tower. I noticed Daniel flinch, holding one of his ears just moments before the broadcast came back and static-filled music played again. "You hurt?" I asked him, but he shook his head, stretching out his jaw. "No, my ears won't stop ringing, though." I shrugged it away, imagining all of those cliché excuses. It's the weather, or the pressure is different up in the mountains, so on and so on. But he bounced back immediately, marching over to the window to scan his eyes over the dreary-looking forest. It was hard to see much of anything through the rain, but he squinted to make out shapes on the horizon. "There's something moving out there," he said almost breathlessly. "Far away, but it's getting closer. It's hard to see." I didn't need to see for myself to know what he was looking at. In the midst of the rain and the lightning, the fog would still find a way to roll in. After all, it wasn't really a product of the weather at all. It was more of a living thing, or rather an amalgamation of all formerly living things on this side of the mountain range. "I need you to run the emergency broadcast," I told him as I pushed away from the console and popped up out of my chair. A strong wind whipped past, rattling the walls and making the wooden floorboards creak underneath our feet. I felt unsteady, suddenly worried the old stilts holding us up would give in and we'd crash down into the trees below. The only thing worse than the fall would be the exposure to the open woods, should we even survive the way down. The floor rumbled as if the building itself were breathing before it settled back into place. I looked at Daniel and he looked back at me. We both knew we'd have to be prepared for the worst the storm could do. As he practically fell into the chair, turning on the microphone to broadcast a crackling message over the air, I rummaged in the storage closet for industrial-sized flashlights and the keys to the generator shed. Now, all of this, supplies, made more sense to me. The backpacks, the emergency food rations, first aid kits, flares, fire starting kits. This place was never meant to be a radio station. It was most likely a ranger lookout that had been adapted into something capable of large-scale broadcasting. While knocking things out of my way in search of the keys, I found a pack of walkie-talkies and checked them for batteries. Daniel was already done with his announcement by the time I found him and appeared at my side to snatch one out of my hand. He seemed to be thinking the same thing. If the power went out, one of us would have to go out there to turn on the generator. One of us. We couldn't risk both of our lives with nobody to take over the responsibility. "Did you start the music again?" I asked him. Daniel nodded. "It's going," he said, but the lack of confidence in his voice spoke of a deeper thought. It was running now, but if the lights continued to flicker, it might not be for much longer. There was nothing else to do but wait. As the fog bounded through the forest, moving the trees with the weight of its eerie inhabitants, I could only watch as it engulfed the entire woodland. I had never seen the fog rest at the edge of the forest, but it did this time. Something about the music, or rather the signal, kept it from crossing that line between us and the town further down the mountain. We unplugged our headsets, letting the music play in the studio for us both to hear, and sat down at the edge of the window on the floor. It was the calm before the storm, as we stared at the swaying poles and wires outside, wondering which one would be the first to snap or end up snagged in a tree. A moment passed, but it was a long and excruciating moment of silence. Dan was the first to break it, as his talkative self almost always was. You want to know what I did before this?" he asked, but I knew he'd tell me anyway. I nodded still. After I graduated with a master's degree in performance arts, a master's degree, the only acting job I could get was recording a commercial for some plumbing service. I recorded lines in an actual studio, talking about toilets for 20 takes. And you know the worst part? He laughed, looking over with this stupid, somewhat disheartened grin. They didn't even pick mine. I heard the commercial on the radio in my car, and it was someone else completely. Never in my life did I think I'd be legitimately pissed because I wasn't chosen as a spokesman for toilet cleaning. That actually made me laugh, even if it was a bittersweet moment of lightheartedness. I shrugged my shoulders with an expression of nonchalance. Go figures you'd get let down by the radio twice. I gestured to the room around us and Daniel snorted mid-chuckle. "What about you?" he asked in return. "Tell me a stupid thing you've done." I had to think for a moment, not because I couldn't recall any, but because there was really too much to recall. Somehow, all of my stupid mistakes just ended up, well, sad. I almost died in a bathtub once, I said, chuckling, even if it wasn't at all that funny. Daniel seemed unsure if he should laugh or not. Look, I was shit-faced, and I felt terrible, so I wanted to take a bath, and I ended up passing out almost the second I got in, and Jennifer found me after I had apparently flipped face down. She honestly thought it was a suicide until they got me breathing again and found out I was still just as hammered as when I went in. That time I laughed, but Daniel didn't. I even knew it wasn't funny, but I was desperate to grab at straws just to find a reason to take it lightly. When I saw the severity of the frown on his face, my smile disappeared and I suddenly felt like a child being scolded. "How long have you been sober?" he asked. I didn't need to question how he knew it was an ongoing thing. After all, he'd seen enough on my computer to know most of the truth by now. I felt a tightness in my throat and the breath I took in next was shaky and uneven. My first sober day was the day I came into work a few weeks ago. I had to bite my bottom lip to keep from letting it tremble. Putting it into perspective felt pathetic, reminding me of just how soon it was. The only reason I'm not drunk right now is because the fucking grocery guy only brings me cheap, shitty iced tea. That time we both laughed, but it didn't last. In a second, amusement turned to tears as I unwillingly felt a sob escape me, both of my hands covering my face. With my eyes squeezed shut, I only felt Daniel's hand pat between my shoulders and remain there until I covered my face. I refused to let myself cry out loud. Those thoughts and feelings were pushed back down as my eyes returned to the fog at the edge of the forest.
I watched it move and swirl, many eyes and many shapes moving and twitching as if waiting eagerly to be allowed further. The shed was so close to the edge. Too close. A familiar pair of eyes stared back at us then, up in the tree, free from the fog, and hopping near to tap its beak at the window. It was that damn bird again. I looked at it closer this time. Its eyes were hazel. Now I found myself wondering less where it came from and who it had borrowed those eyes from. What did you see? I heard Daniel's voice, but didn't process it at first. With a deep breath, I wiped away the tears from my face and turned to him with a of confusion. At the graduation party, you were in the woods and you saw something, didn't you? The word graduation, in and of itself, made my stomach sink. I looked away from Dan again, squinting as I struggled to bring those thoughts forward. Somehow, just looking for the memory caused an internal pain. I didn't know there was anything fucked up about the woods back then. I said, I told you that I left here, right? When I was a really little kid. My dad died, and my mom remarried, so we moved in with him out of town. And I came back the week of graduation with a bunch of people I used to know as kids, and they all said that the woods had gotten creepy since I left. Bits and pieces were still missing from my thought process, but I was piecing them together in the moments that I paused and kept silent. It was some terrible puzzle slowly coming into view, and it made my face turn to a grimace. I wandered off, probably because it was loud and everyone was acting like an ass, but out in the woods I heard something. It was like a low growl, I thought at first, but now that I remember the sound, it was a voice, a low, gravelly, painful groan. This animal stepped out of the bushes, and I thought for sure it was like some kind of cougar or maybe like a wild dog. But its face, oh my god, it had this face. Yellow eyes like a wildcat, but the nose and the mouth were different. They were human and familiar. He looked at me, and I saw his mouth move like he was trying to say something, but all that came out was this terrible rattle, like it hurt it to breathe. It sounded like he was suffering, like it took everything he had just to say a single word. I ran back to the party, and I drank, and I drank, and I fucking drank until I couldn't remember that thing's face anymore, and it worked for a good long time, but you know what, now that I'm sober, all it took was thinking about it once for it to be stuck in my head again. Dan gave me an apologetic look, as if he had some reason to feel sorry about it all. His hand fell on my back again, and he opened his mouth to speak. I'm sure it would have been some great words of wisdom or encouragement, but he never had the chance. There was a flash of lightning and a deafening crack as it struck one of the poles standing around the station. The thunder blended into the sound of the crackling radio for a split second before the lights went down, the sound stopped, and we were plunged into a dark, thick silence. All I could see in the dark were Dan's eyes, illuminated by the flashes of lightning as he watched the forest's edge. The fog twisted and moved in patterns of rolls, tumbling over itself like a living beast as it crawled towards us. It was almost too dark to see, but my eyes could make out blots of shapes inside the fog. Arms, legs, bodies, all of them eager to inhabit the land that they had been barred from until now. The mist swirled around the stilts of the tower, creeping upwards before we had no choice but to make a split decision. Daniel turned on his walkie-talkie, testing it by holding it up to his mouth. I could hear the crackle of his voice come through mine, even from just a few feet apart. I'll let you know when I've got it going, I told him sternly, jumping to my feet. I was about to push open the fire escape with no hesitation, but I felt a rough hand grab the back of my shirt before I had the chance. Stay in here so you can get the radio going. No, I answered flatly, refusing to follow that order. There was a scowl pulling at the edges of my lips as I glared at him. I wasn't there when you got hurt, and I couldn't help Jennifer either, so just let me do this. We stared at one another for almost too long, but I could feel him slowly letting go of my shirt. His arm dropped, giving back my freedom to move, and he nodded his head once in silence. Daniel, if you're reading this, you snooping bastard, thank you. The door took a heavy burst, but I shoved it open and was surprised for a moment when I didn't hear an alarm. Of course,
It didn't take long to remember that the power outage had taken everything, not just the lights and the radio signal. The fog was already rising, covering the ground and crawling upwards over the sides of the building. It was only moments before I was trapped inside of it, not sure whether to run for my life or take it slowly to stay hidden. It would have been no use. They knew I was there already. I held my flashlight in shaky hands to illuminate the steps of the fire escape. There were no vines, no slimy, mud-covered appendages, and nothing waiting there to trip me. Still, I didn't trust that the fire escape was unoccupied. I could hear a faint clank from the bottom, as if something was trying to pull itself up to open the door behind me. The sound in that fog was maddening. The amalgamates were suffering inside of themselves, parasites eating off of one another and groaning in some constant pain. The ones that didn't moan and cry in their torment were voicing aggressive growls or rattling breaths as they searched through the fog for another living thing to tear apart and add to their collection of stolen bodies. My flashlight caught a glimpse now and again of milky white eyes or the glimmer of rain-soaked skin or fur. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear and feel the crash of weight against the fire escape as if something was trying to crawl its way up underneath a section as I passed. Once the end of the stairs was in sight, I made it my goal to run to the shed as quickly as possible and lock myself in immediately until the generator would start. The problem would be getting out. My light caught the end of the step, and there I saw what had been making all of the noise. A woman's face stared up at me with dead, pale blue eyes. She was dragging herself, her upper body struggling to leave the ground and crawl its way up as her lower half was weighing her down. This half of a woman, one I remembered seeing sprawled over the branch of a tree, was being engulfed in roots and barks. The living plant her corpse had been fused with pushed itself along the ground, but clumsily, as if it was too heavy and too scattered in its movements to make any kind of progress. Her arms, however, were still moving and capable of grabbing me if I got too close. The worst part was how pleadingly she looked at me, as if the human part of her was begging for a way to get out. I couldn't help but feel that the aggression was fear, but it didn't tug on my heartstrings quite enough to convince me to stop. I jumped up and over the edge of the stairs, falling only a couple of feet from the ground and making a straight line to the shed. The keys in my pocket jingled and slipped between my fingers as I tried to find the right one, all while too aware of every shadow and every glimmer of eyes creeping closer. The fog was too thick to see well. My flashlight only served to show me that there was nothing directly in front of my eyes, but it was perhaps a blessing that the creatures hunting in the fog were stuck in it just as much as I was. I still sensed that they knew I was there, searching and struggling to catch anything in their grasp. I even heard the shriek of one, like the sound of a whining animal in pain as it was caught in the clutches of another, larger and likely more terrifying beast. I felt the surface of the wood in front of me, whispering words of relief as I padded along the edge of the shed until the door was at my fingertips. A pair of keys were fished from my pocket, and my clumsy fingers struggled to swiftly find the one small bit of metal that I needed. Just then, I heard a crackle. It was the walkie-talkie connected to my hip, Daniel's voice on the other end. "Did you find it yet?" he asked, but I felt my stomach tie up in knots when his voice rang out over the silence. I wasn't the only one to hear him. Heavy grunts and stomps of feet like hooves digging into the dirt surrounded me. I could hear the shriek of something vaguely avian mixed with a human-like scream, and bellowing roars that shook my skull from the inside. I was in a rush to open the door, trying every key as I blindly searched for the right one. Finally, as I prepared to swing the door open, I could feel the vibration in the ground as something heavy and tall landed by my side as if jumping from the tops of the trees. In the blinding fog, I could see brown and gray fur spotted with blood. It smelled like rotten flesh and mold, its joints cracking and groaning as it bent down to my level. I could see its eyes in my peripheral vision, at least 6 of them, pale, stained with flecks of jaundiced yellow, sitting above an elk-like snout. Its antlers scraped the side of the wood with a terrible, jaw-clenching sound. I felt a touch to my back and recognized it immediately. The spider-like appendages that had brushed my arms on the last day of the fog weren't the legs of some giant spider, but it's this thing's fingers. It breathed in, then out with a rattle, and the stench of blood and death was warm against the side of my face. When I told Daniel that almost drowning in a bathtub was the stupidest thing I'd done, I meant it. It was the stupidest thing I had done yet, but this day, I changed all of that. I threw the shed door open, stepping out of the way to let the heavy wooden plank hit the hulking beast beside me directly in its nose, moving quicker than I ever had in my life. I slipped into the shed and jammed the door shut behind me, locking it up tight and throwing anything I could find in front of it as I heard the beast bellow more in annoyance than in pain. My light shone on the generator, but I had to work quickly. I felt a tremble in the floor as whatever stood outside knocked against the door so roughly that it caused dust and debris to fly into the air. I fumbled with a can of oil, spilling a bit of it onto my shoes and my pants, but still managing to fill the machine as that thing outside rounded the edge of the shed in only 2 large steps. It pounded on the roof, big enough and powerful enough to cause the wooden beams above my head to crack, bit by bit. I threw the nearly empty oil can to the side and tried to find every button and switch in order before the ceiling collapsed under the weight of that thing's fists. I flipped the switch, then the second, knocking my fist against it as I impatiently waited to hear it spring to life. "Dan!" I yelled over the walkie-talkie. I've almost got it. You have to get ready to switch the breakers, though. They're downstairs. Go! I heard his voice, but it was muffled and his words weren't making sense over the endless crackle. Oh my god, I hope he heard me. I felt a pain in the back of my head as a bit of wood from the ceiling fell with another forceful hit, and suddenly I could see a pale light from above as the foggy sky became visible. A hole had been punched in the ceiling, but in moments it was blacked out by the multiple eyes of that tall, decaying abomination from the woods. I flipped the last switch and the generator began to rumble. It was a success. And regardless of whether or not I survived to escape this crumbling wooden hazard, the station would have power in moments. I staggered back, clothes and hair smelling like oil, staring up at the pale eyes above the roof with frightened defiance. The shed rattled another hard punch or kick, hitting it from the side where I stood. It was enough to push me forward and knock me onto my hands and knees, but it didn't last. I could hear it before I saw it. The lights outside buzzed as they all came alive, one at a time, bathing the entire clearing with a yellow light. That's when I heard my device crackle again, Daniel's voice speaking clearly on the other side. "I can't get the radio started," he told me in a panic. There's not enough power to run it. It won't work." It seemed like a failure at first, but then I remembered that stupid, laminated piece of paper I'd been staring at for the last month on my desk. Rule number 1, when the radio is down, activate the bell. I was only pissed that he'd be the one to push it after that button had been so tempting to me since my first day. "See the button on the wall? The one behind the case. Push it!" I shouted back to him sternly. "Don't hesitate, just push it!" I could hear him on the other end, fiddling with the case before he did exactly as I said. The next thing I heard was surprising. Nothing. I didn't hear a damn thing. At least, not from the speakers on top of the radio tower. Instead, I heard Dan let out a pained yell and fumble around the room before a small mechanical whine and clatter followed. Later, I would learn what that was. It was Dan throwing his hearing aid across the room. The creature outside didn't disappear. Rather, they became noisy in their pained and agitated sounds, rumbling past and dragging themselves away in any way that they could. They were retreating to the forest, bothered by some sound that my ears just couldn't pick up. A drone, perhaps too high or too low for my ears to hear, was driving them off. The bell, just like every other tool around here, was solely there to control them all along. Or rather, to control the forest itself. The eyes disappeared around the hole in the ceiling, and I could hear the hulking creature above me slowly stomping away, resigning itself to return to the mountain. My legs felt like jelly and my head was pounding, but I still managed to find the door and push my way out into the fresh air again, just as a glimpse of a giant mud-covered hoof disappeared into the tree line. Daniel had propped open the fire escape when I came back up, slowly and exhaustively forcing my way to the top. The lights were on, the radio was off, but we were safe for the time being. The first thing my coworker did was pull me into a hug, lifting me a few inches off the ground and saying these profound, thoughtful words to me. "You smell like petroleum." I wish I could say that that was the last time anything weird has happened here, but as you can guess, a day or two has passed and everything is still bullshit. The sink doesn't cry anymore, but we still get some weird calls, and Dan told me that it rained pebbles the other day. I told him I was pissed off that he didn't collect any for me like a baby otter. I'm sure things will always be weird around here, and there's always going to be a story to tell, but for now,
I think I'm gonna focus on doing my job and lasting a bit longer than the employees 1 through 27. But I'm sure if you don't hear from me, Dan will be sneaking on my laptop again someday. I could change my password, but nah. This is Evelyn at 104.6 Emergency Broadcast Station, and in case you were wondering, that bird, still out there. Daniel decided to name it Bartholomew. I fucking hate Bartholomew.
Let me tell you the definition of pain. I've lost people dear to me, watched my future slip out of reach from a pit of failure. But none of that holds a candle to being kicked squarely in the pancreas by a guy going record speeds in a rolling chair. My name's Evelyn Faye McKinnon, and the fact that my middle and last initials spell out FM is almost a little too fitting, considering I've been working as a radio DJ for a couple of months now. I sit up here, 50 or so feet off the ground, in an old repurposed fire watchtower, kept company by rolling green mountains, calls from small town folk, and a guy named Dan who can just barely beat me in a game of office chair jousting. From my spot on the floor, doubled over with the at least two, of the chair wheels still spinning while sticking up in the air, I could see a pair of heavy black boots step in through the broadcast room doorway. I had met this person before, and perhaps you'd remember him? Finn was a former member of an ever-shrinking police force in this podunk shit heap. And though I didn't know his name until recently, he had been one of the 2 officers to detain me during the investigation of an old friend's death. Between him and the female officer who had pushed me into the back of a cop car, he was probably the more gentle and agreeable of the 2. Well, that was until unemployment did something to his attitude. He no longer wears a badge, but has been coming around far more often than he probably ever intended to. Since being removed from the police force, he's instead been given the incredible honor of being promoted to grocery boy. Should I even ask what you're doing? He wore a sneer, which looked exceedingly silly from upside down as his eyes glanced between myself and Daniel. He put the delivery box down on the floor. Keeping ourselves entertained, Daniel answered, while the wind was still knocked from my lungs. He got out of his chair in order to help me pull upright and very quietly whispered an apology for knocking me down in the first place. Finn, who had been in a rotten mood ever since he lost his prestigious job, glared with the same distaste he wore each and every time he saw us. I didn't ask about the specifics, nor did he tell me willingly, but I had a distinct feeling that he wasn't pleased about the downgrade in his employment. Who'd have thought? Entertain yourselves by doing your job. He pushed the cardboard box towards me with his foot. There's a fancy bit of tech in there for you, too. A couple of kids from town went missing last weekend, and people are all riled up, so the chief wants you two to keep an eye out. He bought a couple of security cameras. We'll put them right past the tree line and connect them to your monitors so you can entertain yourselves by watching them. I scraped a fingernail against the edge of a long strip of tape, pulling it up just enough to eventually rip it free. As he promised, this wasn't the normal delivery, but rather a heavy box full of individually wrapped equipment, wires and bits, all of it labeled and ready to assemble. Just looking at it made my anxiety crash through the roof, hoping neither of us would find a way to break all of this. I'll help you set it up. I've installed dozens of these things. It was as if Finn could read my mind. While I didn't trust my hands with hundreds of dollars worth of equipment that didn't belong to me, I still did my part as an active participant. We ventured down the tower towards the tree line.
Daniel deciding to stay behind to watch the station while we worked. Stepping into the shed to grab a ladder made my stomach turn, particularly as I looked above and noticed the hole in the ceiling still lacking repair. Day by day, I felt desensitized, I guess, to a certain extent, but never enough. I never felt alone looking out there. Missing kids, huh? I asked, holding the ladder for Finn while he looked for a good place to screw the camera into the trees. Is that the only thing we're looking for? Finn scrunched up his face, holding a metal screw beneath his teeth. It says with roofs on a head. A roof on his head? Finn took the screw out of his mouth, securing it to the tree with a frown. Roots on his head, he corrected me. A teenage girl saw him. So did at least 4 kids just the other day. He was at the edge of the woods near the school, and they said his head and face were covered in roots like a helmet or a mask. That fucker's been spotted for months, and even though we both know his type, can't leave the tree line. Every kid who sees him says he tries to lure them in, but been a long time since any kids actually went missing. Until just recently. My frown became more of a grimace the longer I listened. Seeing this root-faced asshole didn't sound fun, but seeing any of those kids becoming one with the forest sounded even worse. I thought of Jennifer, her body stuffed into the tree, every limb broken and her mouth gaping, silent scream filled with twigs and grass, and then I thought of Daniel's description of her when she came back. There. Finn patted the tree, shaking one of the thicker branches to test the camera's sturdiness. It didn't budge. That one's set. We'll put up another on the edge of the tower. Think you can check the supply closet and see if we've got a few long extension cords? I snapped a flattened hand to my forehead in a salute, leaving just as the former officer was climbing down the ladder. The days were getting warmer, the air muggier, and it made the trip back up to the broadcast room a lot rougher on the lungs. I was out of breath when I reached the top, and Daniel, in a classic pain-in-the-ass fashion, snickered with a stupid grin on his face. What? Did he make you climb the tree yourself? He bit his lip mid-chuckle. Shut up. I was pulling open the storage closet door and crouching down to check the boxes upon boxes of useless junk hidden at the bottom. I dug around, finding a lot of old recording equipment, some broken microphones and headsets, a few frayed cords. I used a foot to push the biggest box out of the closet and crawled in looking for one further in. It was then I saw something I'd never noticed before. Hey, Danny boy, I asked, turning to Daniel as I pointed into the closet. There's something back here, like a, it's a tiny little door. That's it. It's a tiny little door. I watched him squint his eyes, brows lowering as he abandoned the controls and joined me outside the open closet door. Without hesitation, he was down on his hands and knees as well, experiencing the full glory of cobwebs and the slight scent of mold. With a flashlight pulled out of the cardboard box and shining its light at the wall, he confirmed what I had seen. Way in the back, near the corner of the closet, a cheap piece of plywood was covering a roughly 6-inch-ish square spot of the wall. It wasn't just leaning against it, but it had been nailed down. Specifically, though, to cover whatever it was that was behind it. A patched hole in the wall, Dan asked, turning the light towards me. I shrugged. No clue, but it creeps me out. We silently looked at the piece of board, then at one another, back and forth, as if waiting for someone to make the first move and start digging around for a hammer. Given enough time, maybe I would have been that person, but all hopes of investigating further were put on hold as the broadcast room door squeaked open. I heard Finn's heavy boot steps enter, then stop after just a couple of paces. Silence, and then... Seriously, between the both of you, neither can find an extension cord? I was the first to attempt crawling out of the closet, knowing that Finn probably didn't want to have a conversation with just my ass. I only managed to smack my head on the doorframe once as I crept back, pointing my index finger to the largest box already removed from the closet. They're all, in there, I told him, tired of his attitude. Hell, he was probably tired of mine too. We found something else though. Finn dug around in the box, pulling out a long green cord and tossing it aside to look for another. For a moment there, his curiosity got the better of him and he tore his eyes away from his project to look at me. What'd you find? I don't know what it is, I answered honestly. Finn simply shrugged, slinging 3 long cords over his shoulder. If it's nothing we can use, it's not important. Now start looking through the manuals. I'm gonna get these cameras fired up. After snaking wires over every inch of the station and running back and forth to readjust the cameras a few times, I started to actually forget about the little door in the back of the closet. It was like a passing curiosity that it passed. But when the cameras were set and Finn bid his farewell for the day, the stillness set in again. It was just Daniel and I, sitting at our respective places at the desk, eyes darting between the radio controls and the fuzzy, pixelated images on the monitors. Me? I already wasn't a huge fan. Every time I looked up, I expected to see something. I just didn't know what it would be. In looking for anything else to focus on, my gaze found its way back to the cracked, open closet door. I really want to know what's in there, I said to Daniel with a sideways glance. I watched the gears turning in his head. He couldn't resist the temptation either. I knew it. This was just a matter of who would be the one to smash the door open. I'll get a hammer if you hold the light for me. I never was the patient one. I didn't realize just how much shit was hidden in the back of that closet until all of a sudden it was removed and thrown out into the broadcast room. We got rid of it all. Every box, every bit of old tech, just outdated or broken machines stored away for parts. Finally, it was just us, the little door, and my fingers making a fist around the handle of a hammer. Maybe it was a little too therapeutic smashing that piece of plywood to bits, because I immediately gave up trying to simply pull the nails out of the wall cleanly. If anything living had been hiding in there, it would certainly have chewed its way out in any direction other than that one. But as we pulled away bits of wood, it splintered and rusted old nails. What we did find inside was even more perplexing. Cassette tapes? Daniel picked one up gingerly between his fingers, blowing dust off the surface. Oh man, you ever seen one of these? Yeah, I had a shit ton as a kid, I said. Britney, Backstreet Boys, NSYNC. Backstreet Boys were better though. Daniel scooped up a few more of the cassette tapes, a snort of laughter under his breath. I don't think these are the same kind of tapes, Lynn. Though I do agree Backstreet Boys were better. That hole in the wall was bigger than we thought. We found over a dozen cassettes hidden back there, and in one of the boxes of old equipment, we dug on a cassette recorder that was still in working condition. It was tempting to stick in a tape and immediately see what was on it, but just from a glance, we could tell they were meant to be in some sort of order or something. Faded Sharpie marker was written on masking tape stuck to the center of each one. Number 1, number 2, number 3, and so on and so forth until tape number 14. That's where we lost one. 15 was gone, but 16 was there, and, well, it was as good a start as any. I looked at the time. It was just a few minutes after 7:30, and Daniel's shift ended in 2 hours. Think we've got time to see if one works? He asked me. And I'm certain you can guess my answer. I listened to tape number 1 twice in a row. Once just to listen, and the second time to transcribe for Daniel in writing. It was a journal entry of sorts, the voice of a man crackling through the dusty player. Some spots on the tape were pretty damaged, but I did my best to write down exactly what I heard. This is the entirety of tape number 1.
Today is November 20th, 2012. My name's Eric, and I'm number 7. The 7th person to work at the Pine Haven Emergency Broadcast Station. This morning at approximately 5:15, I pulled my old climbing gear out of the shed in order to assist the police in retrieving number 6 from the radio tower. His legs are still missing from the knees down, but at least now we found the torso. I'm a former conservation officer. I spent 4 years in wildlife rescue. I've studied the mountain terrain, the deep marshland, and the rehabilitation of injured animals, mainly birds of prey. It's my hope that there won't be a need to replace me, but I want this recording to survive whether I do or not. At 4:30 this morning, I was awoken by a sound from up above. It was chilling. Sound of metal scraping and whining, like something attempting to scale the radio tower, was almost as grating to my ears as the sound of radio static. I realized the latter was a huge problem immediately. My very first lesson upon arriving was to never let the radio go off the air, under any circumstances. And doing so would unleash horror I don't even want to imagine. I tried my hand at quickly repairing the signal, but after pressing all the buttons I can get my hands on, I realized the problem was outside. I could still hear it. Something was climbing up the radio tower, messing with the signal. I didn't even think those things from the woods could get this far away from the tree line, but their craftiness knows no bounds. With nothing left to do but take action, I raced down from the watchtower to get a good look from the ground. It was still dark outside, freezing cold, like you wouldn't believe. Flashlight in hand, I shone it up at the metal tower looming over the former Firewatch building. First thing I saw was a blob of flesh in so many different tones and textures, but it wasn't just one thing up there. There were birds, at least a dozen of them, picking at the wires, messing with the signal. Their wings and voices made an ungodly noise as they all fought for pieces of electrical cable to rip away and take with them. But wrapped in the metal bars, holding onto the tower with a weight that seemed to put it in danger of falling over, was the most grotesque beast I had seen since my arrival. This thing looked like a deer at first glance, but its eyes were pure white. Its fur was a dusty gray, caked in mud and rot. Antlers smacked the metal around it as it moved its head, making a massive amount of noise. But what struck me most about it was the sheer inability I had to recognize all that it was made of. It had more than 2 eyes, 6 at least. I saw a glimpse of giant hooves, claw-like hands, and perhaps limbs that weren't even necessary, but it moved in such slithering motions in the dark that it was difficult to make out the details. All I knew was that this was an animal I had never seen the likes of before, and it was enormous. It didn't shamble clumsily up to the tower, no. This monster was crouched up high, its filthy claws holding a bundle of flesh and cloth. It was number 6, at least from the waist up, one arm missing and his skin about 3 days decomposed. I'd seen this bastard before, and like with all freakish abominations in the woods, I knew better than to try to fight it. They don't die, you see, they just end up absorbed by the others. I did the only thing I could think to do. I just ran back towards the door, my intentions only going so far as starting the bell. The drone that had been driving them away for years. Perhaps one of the least desired sounds I could possibly hear just then was the screech of stressed metal underneath the beast's weight. I listened as it shifted, its dead, empty eyes following me as it was inspired to make a change of course. From the corner of my eyes, I could see it leave number 6 far up, tangled in the metal structure, and begin to crawl its way down, hooves clumsy, but long claws making up for it with added dexterity. Like the strongest, most grotesque spider I'd ever seen, it quickly scaled the tower downward. And just as I reached the door that would take me inside, I could feel the weight of the beast as its feet hit the ground. Its hooves pounded on the ground, dirt beneath it trembled with each quickening step it took. It let out a deafening roar that made the insides of my ears sting. And that's when I threw myself inside and slammed the door behind me. I could hear the creature ramming its antlers against the door the entire time I ascended to the broadcasting room. Once at the top, I could see the figure of the beast still outside, resting from its attempts to break in, and instead staring at me from far below. Then, after pressing the red button on the wall and hearing what sounded like nothing to my ordinary human ears, I watched the dreaded animal begin to stagger and shake its head before turning to bound back past the tree line. The radio's up and running now. Number 6 has been retrieved from the radio tower, though no one is sure if his uncovered parts were eaten or misplaced. One other thing that's been bothering me, though. A small mountain bird has been sitting outside the window for a very long time now, and the way it taps its beak on the glass, it's getting on my nerves.
Listening to the tape was insightful, but unpleasant. Knowing that Daniel and I were the only surviving people to have worked at the station made hearing the voice of one of our own seem like a mournful experience. The man in the recording was dead. At some point, somewhere, and somehow, the forest had won, and he had to rely on these tapes to tell his story.
"You think this'll be us one day?" I asked Daniel with a sly smirk. but the suggestion wasn't humorous in the least. Rating all of our own stories on a cassette, saving them for other people to find when we're gone. I watched him pop the tape out of the machine, blowing the dust off of it like an old game cartridge and placing it back with the others. Nah, he answered in a mock casual tone. I will use a flash drive. This is Evelyn from 104.6 FM. It's good to be back on the air.
In the early hours of the morning, before the sun was up and before Daniel was on his way into work, I saw something I couldn't explain. You might think I mean something supernatural or otherwise inhuman, but it was quite the opposite. We had a visitor to the broadcast tower. I could see someone, their face obscured by a dark hoodie that covered their hair and eyes, equally dark-colored clothes covering the rest of their body as well. It was clear from the way they stalked around outside the building that they weren't looking to come inside and chat. It was almost 5 o'clock in the morning, a time when I would usually still be sleeping for another hour, but a bathroom break had proven timely as I got a perfect view of our new stalker looking around the outside of the tower. Now, usually calling the police would be the natural response, but out of some curiosity for what this mysterious weirdo was up to, I was just distracted by watching them poke around outside. Their actions seemed curious, but not aggressive. First, they marched around, peering through gaps in the wooden walls of the shed, then walking along the tree line and shuffling their feet in the dirt for a bit. It was as if they weren't looking for anything in particular, but still searched for anything they might come across. I left for only a few minutes, starting a pot of coffee and resigning myself to an early start to the day. Fog was in the weather prediction, and I'd need all the energy I could get to act fast if need be. While I waited at the square plastic table in the break room, tapping at my phone screen and trying to coax the tiniest bit of internet out of it, I never took my eyes or ears completely off of the stairwell or the broadcast room windows. Sure, Creepus Maximus out there seems simply curious at most, but aside from the eerie feeling that they gave me, it was my job to make sure no one stepped into the forest. I stirred sugar into my coffee cup, dropped the spoon into the sink with a clank, and groggily made my way towards the door. Before I did, I heard a sound that was a little too familiar. It was a whisper. So faint, but so sharp in my ears, and it was coming from the kitchen sink. Oh, God, I thought we were done with this a long time ago. My gaze was stuck on the drain, glaring at it and trying to decipher quiet, mumbling bits of sound that didn't quite form full words. I only took one step closer to it before I decided hanging my head right over the source wasn't an intelligent idea. I watched bubbles rise from the basin, as if liquid down the drain was boiling. The bubbles popped and formed more in their place, splashing tiny pinpricks of dark red fluid all around the inside. A rancid smell was coming from deep down in the plumbing. Immediately, it turned me off from my coffee, which I dumped down the exact same drain in what I now suppose could have been a somewhat accidentally rude gesture. The voice stopped. She had apparently said all that she needed to say this time. I had lost my coffee, but gained some tense nerves as I staggered back into the broadcasting room, the quiet nature of the moment convincing me for a time that our visitor had left. I stretched my arms, took a peek at the clock sitting at the side of my desk, and then nearly jumped out of my skin. A hoarse yelp left my throat when I happened to glance outside, getting a full view of that familiar hooded figure standing directly on the other side of the window at the top of the fire escape. Both hands were in the pockets of his sweater, but I could see a human nose, a human mouth. It's difficult to explain this very specific kind of fear, seeing someone only a few feet away from you, but still very much separated. He was real, he was alive, and the fact that this wasn't a shambling, half-decayed monstrosity of human and animal parts made him almost more threatening to me than the rest. I could get rid of monsters with a single button. I couldn't get rid of this quite so easily. Almost as soon as I spotted him, he turned and pulled his hood further over the features of his face, darting down the fire escape. Faintly, I could hear the metallic sounds of his footsteps racing away, one after the other, until at last I could no longer hear or see him anywhere in the pre-sunrise darkness. The last glimpse that I got was of his feet through the grass as he turned the corner of the tower's base and headed towards the gravel parking lot. Calling the police would have been a very sensible reaction, and you'll be glad to know that I did call someone. I had absolutely no trouble waking Finn up at 5 a.m. and telling him that we had what could have been an attempted break-in at the broadcast station. I'm going to be optimistic and say that his exasperated curse words and tired sighs were in reaction to the hooded creeper and not to my phone call. I waited in the stairwell, confident that I'd hear plenty of ungodly noise if someone tried to crawl up the fire escape and break into the recording room while I was gone. The only footsteps, however, I heard were that of our brand new guard dog, Finn himself. When he entered, using his own key and pushing open the jammed metal door, he took one look at me and I could practically hear the sound of static as the hair stood on the back of his neck. Jesus shitting Christ. He slammed the door behind him, a puff of dust flying from the floor. I come in here looking for an intruder and see you sitting there in the dark looking like a goddamn ghost. You scared every last fuck right out of me. So thanks for that. While Finn wasn't working for the police anymore, he still had his walk that radiated a sense of purpose, as if he was always on his way to fix a problem. He marched around the ground level before passing me on the stairs. You said you saw a guy out here poking around, he asked me. Yeah, outside. Never came in, though. I pointed a finger upwards. I saw him while I was upstairs. First he was sneaking around by the tree line, then I saw him come up the fire escape. He was kind of scoping the place out, I think, but ran like a chicken shit when he figured out that I could see him. My footsteps echoed with a distinct metallic sound through the empty room, cradled by the wooden stakes holding the top room up. As I followed Finn upstairs, I only gave one last glance at the doorway. It was sealed and safe, but that heavy metal door never ceased to give me any anxiety. So he's not here anymore. He ran? Finn waited to ask until I had caught up to him. Far as I know, he's gone. I used my key to get us into the broadcasting room, which was still dimly lit as the end of the Night Owl block played automatically over the radio. Finn looked less than amused, thick block-shaped fingers reaching up to rub the bridge of his nose, veins in the back of his hand prominent when he clenched them. You called me about a break-in that never happened? He clarified. You called me about an intruder who is gone. Evelyn, why the hell am I out here? At this point, I had seated myself in the rolling chair I claimed as my own, Daniel's seat left empty. He wasn't due to come in for a couple of hours, and perhaps that knowledge made me a little more willing to admit what had actually come to mind. Because I know who it was. I spoke honestly. And I was scared. With only a little while longer before the automatic playlist ended for the night and my responsibilities as radio DJ resumed, Finn decided to stick around and sit next to me while we poked through a few of the recordings from our security cameras. I was still clumsily figuring out how to review the footage, but luckily, it wasn't too hard to go back such a short amount of time. Before long, we were staring at a paused image of the man I saw outside, this time from the tree's perspective, as he inspected the very spot where the forest stopped and the clearing began. So who is this guy? Finn asked as he zoomed the screen in on the blurry, half-visible face beneath the hood. The poor quality of the night vision camera made his face look hollow and even more chilling than reality. His name's Elijah, I answered. At least, I'm almost sure that's him. I never saw his eyes or his hair, but there's a resemblance. He was dating my friend Jennifer when she decided to go into the woods and not come back. I watched Finn's mouth curve into a thin-lipped frown, one of thought, I think. I wasn't an investigator of any sort, but even I could put two and two together. Think he was here trying to mess with you, maybe? Considering this is where she disappeared. I almost said yes, but I couldn't make myself believe that in full. I could understand why he'd hold a grudge. His girlfriend went missing and was found dead right outside my workplace, and his last memory of me was the one final blowout fight. Anyone who says breaking up with a best friend is cake compared to breaking up with a partner has never had a friendship that meant as much as ours did. But Elijah's behavior didn't seem standard for that sort of thing. With a skeptical shrug of the shoulders, I said the only other theories that came to mind. Maybe, but it looked to me like he was searching for something. Maybe her? I mean, look, her case was just closed before they ever found the body. But when he came up the fire escape, I felt like he was trying to intimidate me more so than like actually breaking in. The door was 3 feet away, but he never even tried it. If he had, the alarm would have blared, and only a really desperate son of a bitch would stick around during all of that. Then again, maybe he was a desperate son of a bitch. But speaking of desperate, hey, Finn? I broke a solid moment of silence with a very different tone. Dan and I have somewhere to be this weekend. I'll split part of this week's paycheck if you take over for a bit. The look on his face was hard to read at first, almost as if he didn't understand the words coming out of my mouth. Yes, I thought. I'm not too proud to ask you to do my job. Is it important? He asked, surprising me by not outright refusing. Yeah, we're going to his cousin's wedding. You'd think my answer was a joke from the way he suddenly spat out a laugh as if it had just crept up on him out of nowhere. I admit I was a tad insulted that he didn't take it seriously, but between his giggles and my grumpy, wrinkled brow, he gave me a surprising answer. Sure, fine. I'll let you have your break. You look about a month overdue for one. The hell does that mean? The question was bitter, even though I knew he wasn't wrong. Settle down, sheesh. I could still change my mind. Finn's chuckles died down, but he still wore the same rotten smirk. Promise you'll dance with Dan at least once, and we've got a deal. There wasn't much on this earth aside from shoving a hornet's nest up my ass that would make me dance. That being said, I guess we still had a deal. 6 o'clock in the morning came around, then 6:30. When the sun was rising and all seemed quiet out at the tree line, Finn was about ready to leave just as I had set up my headset and broadcasted my morning greeting over the air. In the middle of my speech, I gave him a lazy wave, one of his legs already out the door and eager to return home. The music was playing, and I half expected to take off my headset and hear nothing, or perhaps only the very distant sound of Finn's vehicle driving back onto the road, or maybe even Daniel showing up a little early. You can imagine my surprise when the muffled suggestion of voices, multiple voices, was all I heard through the gap beneath the door. They sounded agitated. At least one sounded angry. My finger tapped the base of my microphone, turning it off before swiftly leaving the seat in my chair. Curiosity got the best of me, as well as some stubborn kind of territorial attitude. As much as I hated this place, it was growing too synonymous with my everyday life for me to not defend it. There was no one in the stairwell. No shadows outside the door, and still I could hear unintelligible but aggravated raised voices from outside. The heavy metal door swung open and I practically marched around the side of the tower, Finn's yells finally becoming clear. What I didn't expect as I rounded the corner was to almost get hit by a flying body, as whatever argument had ensued didn't stay verbal for very long. I got a split-second view of a dark-colored sweatshirt as Finn practically threw his assailant onto the gravel, knocking the wind out of a very red-faced, very breathless Elijah. He was back, now in full daylight. He got me good. I almost didn't recognize Daniel's voice from behind me, nasally as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Finn had Elijah under control. He was already pinning him to the gravel parking lot, one arm twisted behind his back to keep him immobile. Judging by the scuff on Dan's cheek and the way that he squinted his watering eyes, Finn was probably the only one of the three to come out unscathed. Did he break your nose? I asked, reaching up to grab Dan's chin, tilting his head up. Don't touch it! I won't, I assured before he finally dropped his hand, letting me get a peek. No blood, just a big red mark that would probably start to swell. I think you'll live, Danny boy. Elijah, only putting up a mild struggle as his cheek was pushed painfully into the loose stone, huffed in frustration as Finn pulled his wallet and a folding knife out of his pocket. What were you planning on doing with this? He asked, extending the blade to show him. Nothing. It wasn't a good answer, as Finn only twisted his arm further behind his back to coax a pained yell out of him. Oh fuck, stop it! I wasn't gonna use it, it was just for show. Finn folded the knife back up and tossed it away from the parking lot where it disappeared into the tall grass and bushes. So, you're trying to tell me you were just here to poke around and then leave? He voiced a skeptical chuckle. This time, Elijah turned his head to glare daggers up at the man with a knee in his back. Isn't that what you did? He asked in a hoarse, seething voice. I watched the news, you know. You searched for Jennifer for maybe a whole hour before you gave up and closed the case. You never tried. No one tried. Everyone's saying she's dead, but we can't even bury her because no one's even looking. Finn's gaze, as stern as ever, fixed itself on him first, and then up to me. This was making sense now. If Elijah didn't have anyone to blame for his girlfriend's death, the most that he could do is blame the ones who failed to bring her back. There was a tense moment of attempted understanding as Finn loosened his hold on Elijah's arm, letting him rest and dropped the limb to his side. It may have been summer, but I felt a chill in the air, like a tickling wind just cold enough to raise bumps on the skin. It made the leaves rustle and the grass blow. From outside, the heavy wooden stakes holding the tower up sounded like a weak, groaning animal as they settled. I didn't want to be out here anymore. Elijah. I spoke softly to him, one-on-one for the first time. You should go home. Even when Finn released his arm and stood to take the weight off the other man's back, he still took his time sitting up with sluggish, aching movement. You don't get it, he told me, expression weary and his lips in a frown. You don't have to live surrounded by her things every day. The shitty thing is, he was absolutely right. The wind hit me again, branches creaking overhead and the clouds slowly covering the sparse rays of sunlight with it. It brought another groan from the wood, this time more vocal. Daniel had long since stopped nursing a swollen nose and was shifting where he stood. I knew he felt it too. The too familiar agitation of a skipping heartbeat and the desire to get somewhere safe. I never realized how tall the trees were from down here. I squinted my eyes at the woods, my hair tickling my nose and chin in the breeze. I heard another creak from the tower. No. Beyond the tower. The woods. I never realized how little we could see when we weren't 50 feet in the air. Daniel and I shared a glance. He was touching his arm, feeling the prickling of goose flesh on his skin, and that was enough of a reason to abandon whatever stupid problems we thought we had down here. Fog day, everyone upstairs. You too. I pointed to Elijah, who seemed to be the only person who didn't understand our urgency. Finn pulled the back of his sweater to help him up, much like a mother cat picking up her kittens by the scruff, while Daniel and I trusted that they could get up the stairs without us holding their hands. Dan had the door swung open by the time I rounded the edge of the building, holding it wide and patting my shoulder to get me through the door first. Next was Finn, who stomped heavy boots up the winding staircase after me. My hands fumbled once as I reached the top of the stairs, looking for the right key to unlock the broadcast room, all thanks to our new security. I still hadn't found it when I realized that the two of us were on the top landing. Elijah, hurry up! We need to get inside! Daniel was yelling out the door to an unseen man somewhere between us in the woods. I was only partially watching my coworker as I sifted through my pockets, realizing at a moment's notice that my keys were exactly where they didn't need to be. In my bag. Inside the fucking room. Dan! Yelling down the entire length of the stairs made my throat burn. Dan, I need your keys! I need your keys! He turned to look at me, but his expression didn't register understanding. Without the light or the right distance to read my lips, I suppose he heard his own name, and that was about it. I swore an oath then that I'd start using my spare time to brush up on American Sign Language, all while pushing past Finn to stomp back down the stairs and tell him face to face, As soon as my feet hit the bottom landing, neither Daniel or I were paying attention to one another. Our eyes were collectively drawn to the tree line, where heavy, swirling clouds of gray crawled their way into the clearing, and where Elijah was standing with his back to us, still as the dead. Let him go. Let him get swallowed. The thought was tempting, but sick. I had more to worry about than one man standing outside like a moron, but I couldn't do it. It was our job to make sure that no one else ended up like Jennifer Cook. What are you looking at? Get in here! I raced out the door, but I wasn't alone. Daniel reached him before I did, immediately grabbing hold of one arm, which was quickly swatted away. Elijah never looked at us, but from beside him I could see his eyes glazed in an almost trance-like state. He was watching dark, shapeless motion from within the clouds, billowing upwards and snaking through the branches as it spread. It began to crawl across the ground, the grass beneath it quivering as if being brought to life. But Elijah wasn't looking at any of that. His stare was fixed completely on the many pairs of eyes glowing white between the trees that were all staring straight at us with a purpose. "She's in there," Elijah whispered hoarsely, voice dazed. "I hear her." Between the groan of movement somewhere in the mountains, my ears couldn't quite pick up any other sound. Elijah was being tricked, just like those missing children. Just like the delivery guy. Just like Jenny herself. Daniel let out a small yelp as I reached to tug on the waistband of his belt, unhooking the keys he had connected to his jeans. His moment of surprise at my rudeness dissipated in seconds. It was time to go, and time to make it quick. We both grabbed one of Elijah's arms, and though he struggled with unwillingness to leave the forest's edge, we had no choice but to drag him back, kicking and screaming. And man, kick and scream, he did. Trees quaked and branches cracked, the fog swirling around our heels as it grew ever closer and quickly abandoned the limits of the woods. I shouldn't have looked back. I shouldn't even have considered it, but as I listened to Elijah's breath hitch and felt the resistance of his body trying to pull away from my hold, I couldn't help but face the forest. I hadn't had the incredible honor of seeing Jennifer's corpse the way Daniel already had, broken and rotting as it struggled with every limb and muscle to stagger out from the trees. That changed as soon as my head turned and I caught an instant glimpse of her ruined self, walking so without support that I was surprised, really, that she didn't break to pieces. She had changed. In the crack of her neck where the skin was broken, the beginnings of a fifth limb was growing out of her throat. But through the mask of fog, I couldn't tell you if it was animal or human. I never understood shambling so well until I watched her desperately move in every awkward jerking motion that would bring her closer to us, like she needed to get here no matter what it took. Elijah's face was washed out to pure white, his legs and arms going limp as he was forced to take in the view of her in such state of utter decay. Her whispers and croaks, her white orb-like eyes, and the way strings of her hair tangled between bits of exposed scalp and bone would be the last image he ever saw of Jennifer in the flesh. And mine was as well. I forced the door open before the fog could reach it, just as Daniel practically shoved Elijah into the building. They could handle themselves. I had to start the broadcast immediately, and Finn was already upstairs attempting to pick the lock in case I didn't come back. After he moved aside, I don't think I've ever unlocked a door quicker in my life. Cursing the attention to security the entire time, I ignored the keychain hanging from the doorknob as it was thrown open, smacking against the top of the staircase with a metallic clang. As soon as I looked outside, watching the writhing fog move beneath us, I was overjoyed to hear 3 pairs of footsteps joining me in perhaps the only safe room there was. I sat at my desk, microphone on, prepared to give the emergency broadcast. It would take a minute for the frequency to drive off the fog, but I hoped to God that we had that amount of time. Buttons were switched, my headset was connected, but all the while I watched the mass of gray from outside the window with caution. Elijah was there, half stumbling towards the glass, visibly shaken to the core. From out of the fog bank that had spread all the way to the fire escape, I could see the pallid trace of skin taking steps towards the window. Elijah his legs shivering, put a quaking hand against the cold surface, where there was a pressure from the other side as well. Obscured partially by the mist, the dark hollows of Jennifer's eye sockets and the open gape of her mouth was visible, only inches away from where he stood. If she was this close already, there was no telling what else was out there. We didn't have time. He had to say his goodbyes quickly. Jumping up from my seat, deciding that the rash method was the only one, I flipped up the plastic cover that surrounded the red emergency button on the wall. The bell was our quickest option, one with the furthest signal that would drive away everything in sight. Daniel was already removing his hearing aid, tossing it onto the table before it had a chance to go haywire. Without a moment's hesitation, my hand slammed down on it with a satisfying push. Nothing seemed to happen, but that's how it always was. Just because we didn't hear it didn't mean nothing else did. Jennifer's mouth grew even wider and a silent scream through the heavy glass, the pain from the noise causing her distress that I hoped would drive her away, and perhaps she would have left if she hadn't have been dragged away first. Everyone in the room felt a sudden shake from the fire escape, which jostled one way and then the other, before Elijah was the first to see a long, clawed hand reach for Jennifer's throat and pull her with enough roughness to break whatever bones weren't already shattered. We all saw a glimpse of at least 6 distinct eyes and the points of large, gnarled antlers. It threw Jennifer, limp as a rag doll, over its shoulder and then shook the entire room as its horned forehead pounded against the glass. My fist smacked the button once more, as if perhaps the first time didn't work. I didn't want to imagine in a million years that this thing was stronger than the sound. Finally, the air began to clear. The muffled moans and screeches of amalgamate beasts became distant as they sank back into the safety of the woods, taking the fog with them. 6 eyes stared directly at us, blinking in pairs, before the heavy falls of hooves made a dent or two in the fire escape as it descended. The fog disappeared, and it took every unnatural thing with it, leaving us all in a still, sickening quiet. God, my head hurt. There was a heavy pit in my chest, one of fear and despair. Elijah was a god-awful prick, but he didn't deserve that. He didn't deserve to see that. I knew what would happen to Jennifer now, and it was a fact that made my stomach tighten in knots just imagining it. The giant that had grabbed her would tear her apart and take the pieces of her body that it wanted, throwing the rest like garbage to the other smaller beasts who settled with its unwanted scraps. Jennifer was no longer Jennifer, but one of dozens who had been claimed by the giant's need to grow. We'd never see her again, I was sure. Well, not in this form at least. Finn, can you drive Elijah home? I asked our new recruit, who had nothing rebellious to say. He simply nodded to me, grabbing the stunned and silent man by the arm to drag him from the window. Neither of us would say goodbye as they left, but there was no need. This wasn't a pleasant visit, and it deserved to be over as quickly as possible. Later that afternoon, Daniel and I put in the next tape from our found collection, all thanks to employee number 7. It was odd to hear how many stories co-aligned with our own. This time, however, he talked about a missing child found dead in the woods, mutilated and fused with the roots growing around him. I can't force myself to transcribe it word for word here, but it was disturbing in ways that I can't even imagine. This is Evelyn from 104.6 FN, and I am pleased to announce that an old friend has returned. Strangely, as we listened to the cassette tape, our ugly bird pal Bartholomew didn't stop tapping on the glass the entire time.
I never thought I'd be taking over for Evelyn again, but here we are. This is Daniel, and right off the bat, I'll say that my coworker is doing about as well as can be imagined. She's sleeping beside me, curled up in a chair meant for hospital visitors, the kind that squeaks if you even think about moving. She's in pain, but very much alive. We both are. How it ended up like this is a long story, but I'm skipping none of the details. Finn kept true to his word. Days after Elijah had appeared and the fog made a mess of things at the station, the stress had slowed to a normal speed of mellow weirdness, and we began to see him returning to drop off deliveries and keep an eye on things. I remembered the relief on Evelyn's face as she passed her keys over to him, finally feeling the weight of their presence lift as Finn took our responsibilities for the weekend. This was the first day off that she had ever had since starting, unless being arrested counts as a vacation. No matter how many times she had stepped outside before this moment, this was the only time she actually seemed lighter in spirit as soon as her feet hit the ground. "Where are you staying tonight?" I asked her, hoping the question wasn't invasive. Luckily, she didn't seem fazed by it as she reached around to pat her back pockets, checking for her wallet for the 10th time. "Got enough for a motel. The one down the main road. It'll put me close enough to the shops to find some kind of dress to wear." I laughed. I thought we'd agreed to matching tuxedos. Evelyn snorted when she laughed, climbing into the passenger seat of my car. Her eyes wandered down to the floor. I noticed the way that she tried to be subtle about avoiding a few granola bar wrappers left abandoned, melted underneath her feet. I probably should have cleaned things up. "If I can find two in both our sizes, I'll let you know." She leaned back in her seat, buckling in and giving the tower one last look out the window before the wheels crunched through the gravel. "Can you drop me off at Parker Street, next to the old motel?" I glanced in the rearview mirror, getting one last look at our workplace before the main road came into view. I had left so many times before, but it took me this long to realize that Evelyn had never actually left with me. "Sure. You don't want to eat first? I'll buy you lunch," I asked as I scratched my face, the stubble reminding me to shave before tomorrow. Evelyn was visibly thinking it over, her lips scrunched to one side of her face. "Maybe tomorrow, before the wedding. I kinda just want to take a nap right now." I didn't push, and she didn't need any excuse. She deserved some time to herself that wasn't spent in the broadcast tower sleeping in a real bed, even if it was covered in a few mystery stains. "All right," I told her, distracted by the annoying blink of my turn signal as we entered town. "I'll pick you up at noon. How's that sound?" The rest of the ride was quiet, brief, and with few small intervals of actual comment. There was something worth talking about. Now and again, Evelyn would point out an old store that shut down, or tell me about which houses her elementary school friends used to live in before she moved away. As much as she said she hated this place, the freedom of leaving the tower seemed to awaken an appreciation for it. The car was put in park, still running in silence. Evelyn unbuckled herself from the seat, nothing but her wallet and the clothes on her back to take with her. She still wore a clumsy smile, freckled cheeks rolled into a grin as her hand fell on my shoulder with a hard clasp. "Call me before you pick me up, okay? I sleep through alarms." "I'll do that," I assured her. "Now go get some rest and a shower. See if they've got a free hairbrush you can steal." She bit her tongue as she stuck it out at me, eyes squinting and nose crinkled. The annoyed expression didn't last long, and I was lucky enough to get a small glimpse of a smile before she shut the car door, tripping over the curb and straightening up again on her way to the motel entrance, while giving one last pat on her back pocket to check for her wallet. I spent that night the way I spent a lot of nights. That is to say, not doing much at all before falling into bed. I thought for a split second about texting Evelyn, asking if she's doing all right before remembering that she's safer now than she ever was. I'd admit, there are many times when I sit awake at night and wonder why the hell we still bother going back. Thinking about her set up in the motel, both of us free from the broadcast station, made me ponder how we'd get away with just leaving. It'd be easy, wouldn't it? It would take hardly an effort at all to just get in a car and drive, dividing our money to get as far as we could and sleep in the back seat if we had to. But somehow it felt wrong. To give up a burden we chose would just push it onto someone else who didn't even ask for it. I didn't claim to be a perfect person, but I didn't think either of us are that heartless. As I laid down in bed, putting my phone next to me on a charger, I was about to close my eyes before I saw the glow of the screen light up and the motion of vibration. It was after 11 o'clock, and I half expected it to be some spam email, but was surprised and amused to see 3 messages from Evelyn. I snorted, eyes squinting in the bright light of a screen in a pure dark room as I texted her back. Save it for the AM and go to bed. I'll see you tomorrow. And she did. At noon, just as I promised, I stopped by the motel just as she walked out, a department store bag full of wrinkled clothes in one hand. I tried hard not to audibly laugh as she approached the car. She had found a dress to wear, which was simple yet attractive. But the part that made me chuckle was that she still had a pair of dirty old boots on beneath the knee-length skirt. That aside, she looked neater than I had seen her before. Somewhat rested, with her hair down, combed properly. It looked like she made some attempt at makeup on her eyes, but there were patches of red skin near her temples and cheeks, as if she'd rubbed it off and tried several times to put it back on. Still, she looked good. She looked different. Hey Danny, look at you. We're gonna be the fanciest assholes at the diner. That was the first thing she said to me, and at that point, I knew that the change of appearance didn't change the person. I was glad of that. You look nice for a change too, I complimented, and here I thought you'd find a tuxedo. Evelyn smirked, buckling herself in. I was gonna buy one, but I didn't want to outshine you. Besides, I can't tie a tie. I glanced down at the blue tie at my collar, pinching the top of it and pulling it off the shirt in one motion. It was a clip-on, which I put back in place instantly. Once we arrived at the diner, which was the only place to eat in town, I felt fully immersed in culture of small-town paranoia. I didn't live here long enough to experience the feeling of being a local, but from the glares of townsfolk sitting at the bar, I got the distinct feeling that I never would. Evelyn was being very precious with her coffee cup, doing her best not to spill it on her dress. As we waited for our orders, she glanced around, but specifically avoided looking at any one person for too long. In towns like these, everyone knew everyone else. Everyone knew who moved in, who left, who came back, and who got into trouble. She quickly brought her attention back to me, resting an elbow on the table with her hand cupping her chin. "What's the bride's name?" she asked. God damn it. I felt like an idiot then. I had mentioned to her my family, but never even thought to introduce them the other way around. "Oh, her name's Adriana. She's sweet. You'll like her." I hummed for a second, trying to think of who else she might meet. "You'll get to meet my parents, aunts, uncles. Grandma only speaks Spanish, but you'll meet her too." Evelyn nodded. "Don't try chatting with Grandma. Got it." "Oh, no, she'll still talk to you for an hour, whether you understand her or not." I actually made Evelyn laugh that time. A real laugh. We saw people come and go through the diner, tables filling and emptying and filling again. We talked the whole time about anything other than work or the woods. She asked where I went to college, where I grew up, where I worked. We bonded over shared stories of crummy retail job woes and our weirdest former roommates, then complained about how bad the nachos were, while simultaneously trying to get another to eat an entire hot pepper in one bite. It's almost 2:30. We were 15 photos into a mobile album of my family's dogs when we realized we weren't alone anymore. A group passed by, made of 4 older men all dressed eerily identically in denim and trucker hats. The last one passed us. His eyes peered from Evelyn's face to mine, with a frown hidden somewhere in a bushy gray beard. He stopped, took 2 steps back to stand next to our table and spoke to us. "I know you too." His voice was dry, old croak. "Heard you over the radio." Evelyn's gaze darted from him to me as the most uncomfortable smile stretched across her face, more like a grimace than anything else. "Hey, thanks. Glad to hear someone actually listens."
"It won't do any good,"
he interrupted, shutting her down in an instant.
"Nothing will stop it. We've been trying for decades. You'll be trying forever. Trying as long as you last."
You know, it's amazing how quickly everything seemed to dim, like the life had been sucked out of the room. The happy conversation meant nothing anymore. Evelyn was silent. I was silent. And the man took a moment to draw in a slow, deep breath. Then he tapped the front of his cap. and nodded a farewell, saying only one thing.
Good luck.
As unpleasant as that was, perhaps the distraction was a good thing. It was getting into mid-afternoon now, and we had a bit of a drive to get to the wedding, but Evelyn didn't mind the prospect of getting out of the village limits for a day. After getting in the car and passing by the last tiny corner store before the stretch of road began, the easy feeling was coming back. We rolled down the windows to feel the breeze in the mountains, keeping the radio off the whole day. It really was a wasteland. As soon as we left town and rounded the mountain range that separated our little piece of civilization from the rest of the world, there was nothing to see for miles. A rest stop with one gas pump flew by. Inside of a building, dark, and the door practically an even less pleasant sight. All the way there, I couldn't help but wonder if anyone spotted strange things on this side of the wood. The sooner all traces of that town disappeared, the better. Evelyn was talkative, but in a nervous sort of way, asking if I thought my family would like her, or if they'd try to get her to drink any champagne. Don't worry, I assured her as we pulled up to the building, several familiar faces making their way in. I'll make sure that you stick to orange juice tonight. It was oddly refreshing to sit through the ceremony, not only because it was nice to see my family and loved ones, but because it was a big reminder of how things still went on as normal with the rest of my world. My cousin and her new husband looked happy. Children attending were whispering and being quickly hushed by their parents. My grandmother was loudly crying in joy in the front row, which made Evelyn snort with laughter, even though I could see a trace of her own heartfelt smile. None of that reminded me of the woods or the radio tower. None of it scared me. The normal world was still there. It wasn't as far away as I thought it was. The reception was a whirlwind. My family was naturally loud, talkative, and energetic, but all that seemed to hit us like a brick wall when we arrived at the post-ceremony celebration. I watched Evelyn's face become blank and stunned, caught in the headlights the moment the door opened, and we were bombarded by at least 5 different people. Everyone wanted to know who she was, where I'd been, and as my coworker was getting her 3rd hug from a great aunt who assumed that she was my significant other, we made the decision that it was time to sit down before we were ambushed any further. "Your family's sweet," she said, once she had a second to sit and take a breath. I laughed, knowing what she meant by sweet. "Sorry, I know they're a bit much. I only told them good things about you." "Really?" She had that shit-eating grin again. "Did you tell them about my terrible crude language and all the highly infectious diseases I'm carrying?" "Oh, yeah. No, I warned them about the smell, too." She punched me in the shoulder. We had a good laugh before my mother decided to make an appearance at last, recognizing Evelyn by association. At first, it looked like my poor coworker was about to have an allergic reaction to the sheer amount of hugs that she had received, but eventually the socially exhausted smile was mingled with a real, genuine one. I left them to chat for a moment, came back with a drink for myself, and, just as I had promised, passed a cup of orange juice over to Evelyn. I'm not one to take back a promise. Before we left for the night, I learned a few things. I learned that I'm not the biggest fan of champagne, that even jokingly calling Evelyn La Llorona is a quick way to get smacked by my grandmother, and that neither of us have any rhythm for dancing. She graced me with one slow dance near the end of the night, stepping on my toes at least a dozen times. I didn't complain. We both left with a smile, and every sore toe and scuffed shoe was worth it. The drive back to town was a long one, but it started on the right foot. We laughed about a few particular family moments after a few drinks, joked about terrible dancing. It was one of those moments where I realized that Evelyn and I were actually friends. However, things felt different the moment we realized where we were headed. Driving down the windy stretch of dark, forested road, it wasn't until the mountain range came into view beside us that the full weight of our return began to eat away at the glow of a somewhat casual evening. "I don't want to go back yet," Evelyn said, faced away from me as she stared out the passenger seat window. "Not until morning, at least." If I had my way, we wouldn't have gone back at all. You want to crash at my place? I mean, you can have the bed. She actually seemed to consider it for a moment, sitting stiff in her chair, looking out the windshield, at the rearview mirror. Anywhere but at my face. After a moment of silence, she cocked her head to the side with a sudden idea just as I turned the car to enter town. "Let's go to my place," she said. I was perplexed, but too curious of what she had planned to say no. We passed the apartments, the residential district, the shops. I was driving slow, expecting her to tell me to stop or take any turns at any given road, but she didn't. She waited until we were driving by the old elementary school to point out my window at a small stone driveway near the park. "Here, let's pull in here." I did as she said, parking the car right in front of the playground where the children would play during school. It was empty, as to be expected, and behind the swings and slides was an upward hill. I met with the thick, dreary tree line. Evelyn gave me a look, eyebrows raised, nudging her head towards her door as she unbuckled herself. At the time, I didn't understand why we were there, but she was so confident that it was where we were supposed to be. She got out of the car, stretching her legs after the long drive, and I followed right behind her. "So," I started, hands in my pockets of my black dress pants. "This is my last residence," Evelyn stated it without hesitation, as if it was common knowledge. "I went to school here as a kid for a few years before we moved. When Jenny and I moved back and I ended up losing a place to stay, I slept under the slide for a little while. This is it. This is my place." She passed underneath the monkey bars, lifting a hand to tap the metal above her head. I, on the other hand, had to duck to go underneath it, all the while trying to think of a response. The playground looked used and well-loved, years of rust covering the equipment and the colorful paint chipping. The swing set made the most chilling sound as the chains rattled in the light breeze. I looked at the slide, which was made of yellow plastic and faded in the middle of years of use. Underneath was simply wood chips, as well as a few stray pieces of trash from children and probably adults who'd been hanging around after school. It didn't look like the best place to sleep. I'm sorry. And how else could I have reacted? "Shit, don't say you're sorry," she laughed as she grabbed his swing set chain, propping one boot-clad foot on the seat and instantly making herself taller as she slowly swayed back and forth. "Just ask if the wood chips ever poked my ass. Make a joke about it. It doesn't have to be awkward anymore, Danny." All right. I decided it wouldn't be awkward anymore. I gave her an embarrassed smile, sitting down on the swing beside her, and wondering when she decided to start calling me Danny. Evelyn plopped her heels back down to the wood chips to probably take a seat on the swing, using one foot to slowly tip forward and back. We were both facing the woods, a feeling that brought me discomfort, and I could only imagine it did the same for her. "Finn did tell you about the abductions, right?" she asked, and I nodded. "Said the kids were being lured into the woods outside the school." "Do you think he meant right here?" A chill went up my spine, and I chuckled, an awkward, reluctant sort of laugh. God, I don't say that. You should wait until we leave to put that image in my head. Evelyn made a spooky woo noise and wiggled her fingers at me. This was how she did things. This was how we both did things. If we were scared and uncomfortable, we had to laugh, or else we'd go mad. We were swinging next to one another in silence for a few minutes, before eventually Evelyn began to slow, her foot nearly motionless on the ground and no longer propelling her forward movement. I noticed the way that she sat perfectly still, eyes stuck on the wood chips beneath her feet. "Wedding was nice," she said, a touch of sorrow in her tone. "Thanks a lot for inviting me." "Oh, of course. Well, technically, my mom invited you, but yeah. I wouldn't have gone if you didn't say I could go with you." She was sitting still now, looking at me instead of at the ground. There was a sad, comfortless expression on her face, as if the fake smile she wore caused her physical pain.
I didn't know what to say to make it better. You know, I hope I'd go to Jenny's wedding someday. Maybe be a bridesmaid, help her get ready. Go to some stupid party with all her other girlfriends that I would complain about for weeks. There was the joyless chuckle again. I feel bad for Elijah, though. I had stopped swinging, and I leaned my head against one chain. I feel bad for him, too, I said, even if he tried to break my nose. Here we were again, in a situation that wasn't funny, still chuckling about it. Though to be honest, the moment I got out of my car and ended up getting punched in the face was rather hilarious in hindsight. Evelyn kicked at the ground, pushing herself back to start swinging again. She leaned back to look up at the sky. When I copied her, and did the same, I found it surprisingly dizzying. The stars were bright on a clear evening, out here away from the lights of town and far from any big cities. You can usually see Mars this time of year, she said, pointing up. But the hunt for the red planet was cut abruptly short. We both heard the sound of footsteps through dry grass and leaves, small ones, moving quickly and clumsily. Evelyn straightened up while I stood with eyes squinted into the tree line, expecting to see some normal or abnormal creature crawling out from the brush. What we saw instead was a figure, small and quick, hidden in shadow and on its way towards the woods. It was a child, a little boy dressed in red pajamas, and we both watched him make those final steps into the forest, towards something tall and obscured by the trees. I thought Evelyn was going to fall off the swing, her legs swinging pigeon-toed as she rushed to stand up. This was exactly what we feared. "Did you see him?" she asked. But she didn't need to. I was already on my feet, ready to follow. "Was he following something? Oh, God damn it, Dan." She wasn't swearing at me, but rather her exasperation came from a place of concern. Neither of us waited around to discuss what we were going to do, but somehow agreed in silence that the only option was to catch up with the boy before there was no chance of ever finding him again in one piece. I got up to the top of the hill before her, but stopped to grab her arm and pulled her the rest of the way. Though out of breath, she was the first to rush ahead and past the tree line that separated our safe, normal world from the one that was wild and unpredictable. In the darkness of misshapen blobs of shadow, where it was difficult to tell the difference between a brush and an animal, our eyes were in constant search of a flash of red, a bit of movement, or the glow of eyes. The forest echoed our steps. I could no longer tell what sounds were coming from us and what sounds were coming from him. But twice Evelyn stopped in her tracks and grabbed my elbow as we kept still. I felt my own heartbeat pulsing out of control. Distantly, I heard the sound of small, clumsy footsteps, sometimes running and sometimes walking. Evelyn heard it better than I did, holding up 2 fingers, 2 sets of feet. We didn't wait around before speeding through the upward tilt of the hill. "Where the hell did he go?" Evelyn grabbed a tree, panting for breath, and turned to look behind us. I could no longer see the entrance of the woods. There was no telling how far we'd gone. I couldn't have even told you the direction we were facing after making so many turns. When we found the boy, then we would worry about what to do next. He was so young, so small. I know neither of us could live with ourselves if we were the last ones to see him alive but refused to do anything. "I don't see him anymore," I told her, legs stiff as we soldiered on at a slower pace. We had both kept our voices to a whisper. We were already lost in plain view. There was no point in staying hidden anymore. "Hey, little boy! We're here to help you! Where are you?" A small group of bats tittered and squeaked above us as they abandoned the tree behind us, while in the bushes, the rustling of rodents moved further away. It left the forest in an eerie silence for a few seconds before Evelyn perked up and pointed a finger past me. "I heard crying," she said, "in that direction." The constant dull ringing in my ears drowned out the noise almost completely, but when I paid close attention I could make out small suggestions of a high-pitched, uneven sound. It was the sobs and hiccups of a child, moving further away from us until I could no longer pick it up. But Evelyn could. She seemed to realize this as she took the lead and guided us both through a section of close, growing pines that scratched at my neck as we pushed their branches aside. We were running full speed when we noticed a flash of red above us. It was on the ground, crumpled in a heap. My heart sank, hoping and praying that the only red stains in my vision were the color of his pajamas. As we grew closer, we noticed him moving, rocking back and forth. He was sitting on the ground, hunched over and pounding little fists into the dirt. Hey, don't move. It's okay." Evelyn dropped down to the boy's level. He looked alarmed to see us at first, his tears streaked, red face ready to burst into a terrified wail until he realized that he was looking at two very ordinary humans. He didn't say anything, but it made my stomach sick with dread to see him crawling towards my coworker and I, as if looking for someone to comfort him. He had to be no older than 3. Shit, this kid was hardly big enough to upgrade from a crib. This tiny thing could have been dead. And the sight of that is something I don't think I could have ever recovered from. Let's get walking. We'll either find our way back or we'll see the radio tower, one or the other. I offered my hand at Evelyn's elbow, while she preoccupied herself with picking up the boy, who seemed more than willing to cling to her rather than walking on his own. Shit. He's shaking like a leaf, she told me. I almost commented that maybe she shouldn't cuss around a little 3-year-old, but wasn't the time or place for that. Lynn, you been keeping track of how many turns we made? She grumbled at my question. No, I haven't, and I can't see a damn thing. She was silenced, jumping with a start as the tree branches behind us crackled and snapped as if something moved very quickly through them. For only a second, I saw a dark shape taller than myself, but it appeared and disappeared through the dense shadow in an instant. She backed towards me, holding the little boy tighter as he whined and hit his face on my shoulder. Walk faster. Walk faster! She was taking quick steps, trying not to jostle a child in her arms, while keeping her head turning in every direction. The look of panic on her face was one that I had only seen once before. It was the same face she wore the night the power went out. But this time we were in enemy territory without a generator. They were already here and looking for us, fog or no fog. No! We heard a shrill voice. It was the boy in the red pajamas, pointing behind us. No! No! We stopped. One last crunch from both our feet, bringing silence around us, and then another crunch, and another, moving astonishingly slow. I hated to turn, but we had no choice. My mouth was dry, my heart was racing as I glanced over my shoulder, seeing a figure standing perfectly still a few yards away with a blank, wooden stare pointed in our direction. His face was gone, or rather, it was covered. His face was encased in tree roots, and his clothes were torn to reveal a skeletal cavity with vines and bark twisting into his hollowed-out body. He creaked when he moved like a bristle tree, being blown in the wind, swaying on the spot. I had a fleeting thought that perhaps, if we stayed quiet and still, the blind creature wouldn't know we were here. But then I blinked, and he was closer. The sound of twigs snapping followed as if he took long, huge strides towards us on legs that creaked like wooden planks every time he bent his knees. He made no sound and no voice, as if the human inside of the mask had been eaten away entirely. The boy screamed and Evelyn and I began to run, her speed impaired by the weight of her arms. She was screaming at me, yelling many words I couldn't make out, but a few that I could. Most of them were exclaimed swear words, but I distinctly heard one sentence, "Don't look back." I didn't, but my mistake was when I chose to watch her instead of watching where I was going. My feet hit the edge of a thorn bush, and I was more startled by the impact than actually injured. It was enough to falter my steps, and in that moment my upper body was moving forward faster than my legs were. I began to stumble, stuck in place, and the final impact that I felt before hitting the ground would be the last clear thing I fully remember. There was a blur of activity. Before my head hit the forest floor, a sharp pain sent a surge through my back. A heavy weight pressed in the center of my body, spine arcing as I tried to rise onto my knees, only to be pushed back down by the back of my head. I remember the smell of leather and mud, the feel of hard rubber kicking the side of my head, twigs wrapping around my shoulders, but they weren't twigs at all. They were wooden hands, flipping my body over until I saw the sky and the silhouette of the tree-faced man disappearing into the trees above, cracking his boots down into the middle of my chest. My sight was becoming nothing but a blur, seconds stolen away as everything above me moved faster than I did in real life. I heard the little boy crying. I heard Evelyn yelling at the top of her lungs. One moment I was looking at the stars, the next I was looking at her face as she pulled me by my sleeve, trying to drag me through the dirt with the boy clinging to her hip. "Danny, you have to get up!" Her voice was distorted. Suddenly quiet, sometimes loud, sometimes quiet, sometimes loud and shrill. "Danny, please!" I felt the grip of her arms as she attempted to lift me, but I couldn't move. My head felt heavy, my arms felt non-existent, and consciousness was there, and then gone with every passing second. A few moments were lost from me, but what remained of my awareness was brought back by a scream. Evelyn was telling the boy to run. Her voice was a dry crackle, and in an instant the warmth of her hold was torn away as she was ripped from the ground upwards. I couldn't blink. Couldn't even move my head. I could only watch the towering man, his wooden face featureless but his posture predatory, as he held her in the air by her throat. I was incapable of making a sound as the creature's free hand rubbed her forehead, her hair, pulling it out of her face and inspecting the look of terror that she wore. The only thing I could do was watch in silence, struggling to breathe while her flails turned into desperate kicks for freedom. The creature traced lines on her face with a long, sharp claw. That moment was so agonizingly slow before one finger found the top of her eyelid and pushed it upwards, revealing a frantic, darting eye. Every single part of me wished that I couldn't see this, but more than that, I wished that I could do something. Even in the blur, there was no mistaking the choking scream that tore through her throat. The sound of sharp edges digging into soft skin, the color of blood dripping onto the grass and dirt below us. She cried a wail that hurt more than anything else to hear. Watch the monster drop her into a huddled mess on the ground. She moved and writhed in an attempt to get away, one hand covering her face, but in the darkness I could see blood seeping through her shaking fingers. She crawled on her knees and one elbow, one invisible eye open wide in shock while the brute-faced man held his own hand up to his chest, putting a mass of blood and flesh into his body cavity as if it were a pocket. The entire time, Evelyn never stopped whimpering and gasping for breath in sheer panic. I blinked. The creature was gone. I blinked again, and a dark shadow loomed over me, swaying and glaring down as if looking for signs of life. I watched it tilt its head upward, and from beneath its chin a single human eye was staring down at me. I only saw it for a split second, and then the smell of leather and the pain of impact against the side of my head sent everything into a cold, quiet darkness. Like being in a dream. Nothing was linear, nothing was altogether there. I no longer heard Evelyn's sobs, but I heard the distant voice of a man. Was it far away, or was I not entirely in my head anymore? My sparse hearing picked up the pop of gunshots, then the sound of a screech and frantic steps. Then all I registered was pain in my chest and neck as I was dragged immobile through the grass. I opened my eyes for only a second to see heavy black boots and a pair of denim jeans above me, and then the limp auburn strands of hair from a body hanging over a broad shoulder. The next time I closed my eyes, it must have been for a good long while. I didn't wake up until 2 days later. I heard the beeps of machines, smelled the sharp scent of disinfectant, heard distant muffled voices. It was a chore to open my eyes, and even when I did, there was nothing but a blur of white in my vision until I gained awareness to blink. Underneath me was a stiff but warm mattress. My fingers touched the smoothness of wires and cords. I was looking up at a hospital ceiling, lying in a white bed. I glanced down at my body and saw the bandages peeking out from the neck of the blue paper smock I had been dressed in. Tightness around my head suggested my forehead had been wrapped as well. Before I had a chance to ask what day it was out in the open room, a quiet voice greeted me from my bedside. "Can you hear me?" "Yeah." My tongue and throat were dry, which I would have expected once I realized I had been asleep for 2 days. I turned my head and I saw her sitting in the seat beside me, curled with her knees up and her head leaning on one arm of the chair. It was Evelyn, paper bracelet on her wrist, wearing a hospital gown 2 sizes too big, and looking at me with one tired eye and the other covered by a large white bandage. "Evelyn, what day? It's Wednesday," she said. "It's good to see you, Danny." And I could say the same. My final thoughts before being plunged into a near comatose state was the bitter realization that we all could have died. The idea crossed my mind for one dreary second that perhaps we were. "Where's the little boy?" I asked her, which she answered after taking a heavy breath and exhaling a sigh. "It's okay." Her words washed over me with relief. "It's okay. Finn found us, chased the thing away, and called the police, but the boy wasn't hurt. He's home with his family now." I was suddenly caught by the impulse to reach out my hand, and did it before even thinking it over. Evelyn looked at my open palm for a moment before resting her head on one hand and holding mine with the other. Our arms creating a chain between us. "Can they fix it?" I asked her. "Your eye?" It was a stupid question, but she didn't tell me that. She just shook her head and spoke in a hoarse croak, frown pulling at her lips. "Took it? The whole thing? Fuck." I looked for the right words, but there weren't any. "Evelyn, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." She had no witty jokes this time. No sassing, no crude humor. Evelyn-ness was faded. As we looked at one another across the way with our heads both flat to the side, I was remembering this moment as it happened before. She was lying next to me on the floor of the radio station. My ears were stinging. Her voice was far away. It was my first day on the job when I saw her mouth the words, "Want to sleep on an actual mattress?" This time I was the one to say it. I watched her stone-cold expression change as a stiff lip grew into a quiver, and after a moment of silent hesitation, she nodded her head. Our hands slipped away from one another as she pushed herself out of the chair, where I saw for the first time how many bruises littered her shoulders and neck. I gritted my teeth with stiff discomfort in an attempt to move over a few inches, but it was enough for her. My co-worker, who, once upon a time, wouldn't even shake my hand, crawled into the bed beside me and laid her head on my shoulder without a single word. Her hand, spotted with freckles and fingernails bit down to the quick, rested on my chest, where my pulse was steady and warm. This is Daniel Esperanza from 104.6 FM, and I'm lying here hoping that this is the last blood sacrifice that either of us will ever have to make.